TikTok. Go live, edit stream info. Mic 2. There we go. Okay, good. And then Divinity. Why's my face so itchy? No sound detected. I know no sound detected. It's almost like no sounds detected when I'm tabbed out the game, babes. Kinda how that works.
Good luck, I'm dodging.
Well, that's a great way to start the stream. It's easy. Okay. You know what? I'll take your word for it. Oh, I don't.
Select your god.
I'm gonna go Odin, actually. As much as I want to go Cerberus here, I think Odin's the right play.
Odin, Lord of Demons.
Yeah, so can escape, ultimate, has jump. Ooh. Well, not the worst team comp I've ever seen. Do I need to fucking... Oops. Not doing that. Starter... or solo... Max health... And some afro, which is interesting. Alright, kick seems to be... having issues. Maryland key. Uh, Fuck, man. I don't know where the Fant is starting buff. Okay. Google Authenticator.
Hi. Minions have spawned.
Modify. Okay, I'll have to get back to that in a second then.
Prepare to be impaled.
Okay, got our minis. I don't know why the minions do that.
You're mine. There is no hope. This is going to
Both have shell, by the way.
Be right
They have no beads in duo, so should be pretty easy to kill. But they have 2 shells.
Attack left lane.
Just going for my blue.
Prepare to be impaled. There is no hope. Your middle tower is under attack. This is going to
I got
hurt.
lucky.
You have been slain. You're mine. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Good deal. He's out of mana.
Evil strengthens our resolve. In front of flames, shield me. An ally has been
Epiroll.
slain. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna camp this Afro, bro. She's pissing me off.
Go for it. No eyes Loki, possibly backed. He's fucking loud. Well, I'm just a fucking idiot. I thought that was far enough away. Loki's on their blue. Ult ready. To beads. Thank you, sir.
Balanced character, by the way.
Fair and balanced.
This is going to hurt. Your middle tower is under attack.
Just to get that blue.
There is no hope.
And he's going... Wait, what is that?
Your
All
middle
three
tower
ults
is
in
under
duo.
attack.
Loki, Cupid, Bacchus.
Your left tower is under attack.
No. Zoom orb? Zoom orb. Got it. Okay, I didn't know.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Prepare to be alive! Enemy spotted! Be careful left!
Why are my autos desyncing?
Jab said, they think, therefore they are.
Correct. I literally just watched that movie, so I thought it was, like, because I stuttered when I originally said it. I'm just like, yeah. That's a title.
Be careful middle. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing! There is no hope!
Ultimate is ready if you want me mid.
Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I got no.
An enemy has been slain.
Fine!
Your right tower
I don't
is under
think that
attack.
was worth it, but I'll take it.
Back off.
Worth it to rotate in terms of farm, I meant. Good that we're getting the team kills, but...
On my way.
Enemy missing!
An ally has been slain.
I'll continue with
There is no hope!
this. Jab, if you happen to remember, please remind me to fix my stream. The shit's fucked over on kick side.
Attack left lane!
Defend the Gold Fury. Attack.
On my way! Gank left lane!
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is going to hurt! Ultimate is ready! Attack the Gold Fury!
Locust here.
I'm like 100 health, brother.
Should have just Odin caged Cupid.
He wasn't up.
Your right tower is under attack.
I have my ult in 20.
Copy.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh. Hold down for 50.
Your left tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
They're coming. I have my ult.
Loki's high up in red jungle. Loki's coming in. I'm backing up. I got money to spend.
Be careful.
I'm pushing right. Call if you need a TP. got the rocks, that's fine.
Ultimate is ready.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
My Sunder's now, but we should get it.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
I got Loki. Loki ult.
Wait. Your team has destroyed the gold Fjord. Rampage. Your right tower is under attack.
Prepare to be impaled.
Missing.
There is no hope.
Enemy spotted.
This is going to hurt. Flames shield me. You're mine.
Be right back.
My hide grows stronger. There is no hope. Prepare to be impaled.
Just keep stacking, just keep stacking, just keep stacking. I don't have TP for a while. What am I actually going into next? Spirit Orb? Maybe.
This is going to hurt.
On my way.
Enemy missing. Cancel that.
I'll gank left lane.
There is no hope.
Back off. Enemy missing middle. Enemies incoming left. Leave me alone.
You're mine.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Down, weapon.
Yeah, Spirit Orb sounds pretty good.
Come, my doves. Back off. Enemy ultimate down. Come, my doves. Leave me alone. Where are you going?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has
Back
been
off.
slain.
My doves.
Hey, good talking.
Double kill.
I'm just this.
What am I listening to? Like, we didn't even call another. Listen to what?
Your right tower is under attack.
Ah, that sure is too
Be
bad.
right back. Infernal flames. There is no hope.
Your middle
Enemies in
tower
middle
is
lane.
under attack. Your middle tower has been
Yeah, that's a Spirit Robe.
Be right back.
Good, 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 good. Yeah. Holds down for 30.
Leave me alone. My back off. Be careful, right.
Loki backed.
enemy missing.
Love. Come, my doves. Back off.
think they're on fire.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Finally, a challenge.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yes!
You're mine.
Unfortunate she got that, but yeah. And by that I meant the totem, by the way. Guess that wasn't clear.
Enemies at the Gold Fury!
You're mine.
Back off!
This is going to hurt.
Get away!
There is no hope.
Stop.
Enemies have returned.
Your
to
team
base.
has destroyed the Gold
Very
Fury.
well. You deserve some credit. Shield me. Prepare to be impaled.
Retreat!
Yeah, that's fine. Go get my orbs. Waynes.
Did we get it?
Yeah, we did.
Enemy spotted!
Fire giant!
This is going to hurt.
Probably contested, keeping it left.
Come, my son!
Enemies incoming right!
I got jumping ult.
Attack
Enemies
fire
incoming
giant!
right!
Tank right lane!
Loki ult.
They're gonna TP over, so we gotta hurry up. Or maybe they're just pushing that.
Just go pyro.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Does it say that I can upgrade my starter? Ult ready, looking for Vulcan.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hog down
This is
Vulcan.
Boar.
Destroyed the pyromancer. Be careful.
I will be
What's Cupid doing? Cupid's doing item proc.
My dogs! Back off!
prepare to be impaled.
Hyper's backing.
There is no hope.
Let me get the money. Never mind.
This is incoming fire. Shield me. Prepare to be impaled.
Retreat middle lane.
Ult him, Baron. Ah, fuck. If he ups down you, just ult him. I'll kill him.
I'm rotating mid.
Ultimate is ready.
Jungle! Come, my dogs! Get away!
Hyper ult shell.
Back off!
Why?
Double kill.
Like, we're holding Baron out when they're full engaging for some fucking reason. I don't understand.
It's not going crit at all. No, it's going full item proc, so... that. TikTok, do you deserve some Minecraft ASMR noises? Sure, why not? Going to add audio. Okay, well, it's not letting me add. Interesting. Damn.
Enemy missing. I will not let you fall.
I'm on it.
Enemy spotted. Enemy missing. Ward the fire giant.
2K.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant ally.
That's crazy. We just didn't know they were on it.
I mean, one thing did. It's not that one didn't ping it, it's that the entire team was slow to the rotation. I was definitely slow to the rotation because I was pushing a wave, but that's just me being an idiot.
Back off. Come, my doves. Hello.
This is going to hurt.
Bistex is the thing.
Oh, finally, a challenge.
Like, how are we losing to 2 people? Are we getting 2v5'd or like? I mean, I'll get divine, but like nobody has anti-heal.
Hello. I have a guy screaming in my ears.
Fun.
Always. Always. And yes, I get that I can go divine, or not divine, the defense anti-heal onk. Yeah. Because for some reason, every anti-heal item has ruin in the name except for contagion.
Brawlers.
Brawler's ruin.
Be careful, middle.
Gank middle lane.
I would have liked to have had my Nemean, but
Enemies in left lane.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I mean,
This is my
he complained earlier about 2v5 and then just fought 2v3 and lost.
You have been slain.
My jump in.
Your titan is under attack. Double kill. Double kill.
Ugh.
Defeat.
Since we're beginning to fill out a waitlist, if you leave your Discord, you will lose your spot on the signups to someone on the waitlist. Waitlist sign up form. I'm looking at the OSL Reddit right now, or not Reddit, Discord.
So if you signed up and then you leave the Discord, you'll lose your spot to somebody who's on the wait list. Cool. Makes sense. Like, why would you leave if you signed up?
Wait, so do we have to also sign up on this waitlist in addition to the one that we did previously?
No.
No? Okay.
I believe the wait list is for people like who did it after.
Okay. Before I go next game, I need to do...
A 1v1. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I need to... Copy. What the fuck that was? Okay, and then go to modify, and then this one is that one, and this one is that one. Okay, and then we're going to start stream on Kick, right?
No.
No, why is it... Hmm. Channel... Not chat moderate. What the fuck? So... Why are you the way that you are? I don't care about revenue on Kick because there's no revenue to be had. Like, I can't even fucking run ads over there, so what do I care? Oh my god. There we go. Back on the studio. Why do you behave the way that you do? Okay. Okay, I'm allowing Opera to play music. Yep. There we go, 1% volume. Alright, so TikTok now gets Minecraft music. I hope that's not DMCA-able. Maybe, maybe not. Worst case scenario, I just delete the VOD on TikTok. Okay, that's fine. Ugh. I already sent you the bullshit game I already had, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's going on the Smite Prime server? High-res announcement. Super excited to announce the launch of the all-new Smite 2 wiki. Oh, yay! Good. I've been wanting the wiki to be properly updated. Okay. Fine. Oh, no, it wasn't the Smite. Was it the Smite? No, it was just the Smite server itself, not the Smite Prime server. Which is not gonna confuse my brain whatsoever. Hmm. And try one more time to start on kick, and if not, then... Right. Kick not starting stream from OBS. Could be due to incorrect settings, network issues, or limitations imposed by kick. Why? Verify that. Yes, that's good. Reset stream key. I could reset the stream key. That's fine. But fucking need a. I should ask for a Sobek ban. So we're going to reset. Okay. Then we're going to copy. We're going to stop. We're going to modify. We're going to go to U. We're going to paste. We're going to hit OK. We're going to start. Nope. Ugh. Okay. Jeb, how much should I take before I suck it up and go back to doing the really bad stream elements layout that doesn't let me toggle layouts of music for stream?
How much should you? For what reason would you suck it up then? Just for that?
Because I want to stream to multiple platforms,
Right.
but for some reason Kick's being a bitch.
And you think it's your layout?
It's not really a layout thing, it's the what I'm using to output multiple things, because OBS only lets you do one at a time natively.
Select.
Stream elements lets me have a... Yeah.
Multiple.
Yeah. It is a decent UI. It is a decent UI. It is relatively new, and by relatively new, I mean extremely new, because it only came out in January, and it's had multiple bug issues.
Well, I mean, sounds like it will improve eventually, you know?
Eventually.
Bugs will
Let me actually stream elements se.live. I don't need to download it. Resources. Log, I guess? No, not what I want at all. Come back to that. Yeah, I really should have asked for a Sobek ban. This is going to be a very good Husari's game, though. I have found that going Nemean first item in solo and or support is a very good choice.
Nemean.
Number one, for just the sheer HP and health regen, I go Nemean into Yokais. Oh, I forgot more pots. And the reason I like it is because with characters that are either short of sustain or already have sustain and could do with more, the two of them give you, what is it? 4 plus 6. That gives you 10 health regen, plus 800 HP, plus infinite mana, plus, plus the passive from Yokais just to keep you alive.
And then the active from Nemean to make them kill themselves.
Yeah. See, I actually don't even find that much value in it unless I'm face tanking exclusively the ADC.
Minions have spawned.
I mean, you can also, like, in the solo lane, if they, like, 100% commit to you kind of thing, you can pop it and then either
All right, let's do this.
have to commit or die. You know.
Yep.
It's like, oh, I just started committing and they pop Nemean.
I want to go cooldown, but they have so much healing. Oh my god, it sucks.
God, I need to turn my audio down for him.
I'm gonna have brawlers if you want to just focus on cooldown. I have a big ability spread.
I mean, it's not a terrible mix.
That would be helpful.
What, the audio volume?
I'm already against Pele, so I'm gonna need
Mix
it.
of Nemean,
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Sounds like a
Yeah,
good
it,
pairing.
I need to turn on the audio 1 second. She goes for me, that's fine. Oh my god, that's so much better.
Jock, he's coming again. He's coming again.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Pele's less than half.
I'm gonna go for a ride.
Actually, I don't need.
I'm just going around.
I know what I'm doing.
That was a very good time to pluck on his part.
I know what I'm doing.
Immediately after I
Hey,
dashed.
Morgan, can you go? After you clear that wave, can you go and check where he's at? Make sure he's not taking the whole jungle.
Enemy spotted.
I'm on this.
On my way.
Pele's at their blue.
Gank. Oh, gank.
I'm coming too. Just wanted to the wave.
First
Okay.
blood.
I will get out. Don't even fight that. Don't even fight that.
I'm gonna put it
There's
out of
no
mana.
running from me.
Double kill. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna TP back up. Oh, that's your Discord I'm hearing?
My Discord?
Possibly.
Possibly. Yeah, running Mordred in versus AI.
Beware the shifting sands. Your
And,
right
it's,
tower is
interesting
under
'cause,
attack.
Like, this is why, like I said, I honestly, I tell people to do it to insult them, but at the same time, it's literally, hey, you can learn shit. Like, I did not know Mordred's one could switch between doing bonus damage and healing him.
Yeah. It helps if
So-
you read the item descriptions,
Yeah.
or the ability
The
descriptions.
ability, yeah. So that's why I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, because I was always wondering, like, how the fuck is he healing so goddamn much? And then when I would play him, nothing happens like that. And then,
Yeah, so if you auto-cancel, you always heal. That's the easiest way to remember it. Which is kind of counterintuitive, because typically you do auto-canceling for more damage.
Well, I mean, either way, you know, technically you can do more damage if you, it depends on apparently where you are in your auto attack chain.
If you haven't autoed...
Yeah, it's bonus damage, and then after 2 autos, it's no 3.
Oh, I'm dead.
Third auto goes back.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Light up my world.
Ult ready.
An ally has been
Pele's ult
slain.
is down.
That's unfortunate. Feeds on her.
Beware the shifting sands.
There's a small chance that kills.
Do there, Burke, if you can.
under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Okay. Not you. Look, with just the T1 and Yokai's, I'm already at 10 HPS. It feels weird to say HPS, because I'm so used to saying HP5. Even though HPS does roll off the tongue more naturally.
Be careful, metal.
Your middle tower is under attack. You have slain.
How did I get the last hit on that? Yep.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Needs a dramatic.
Shut down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, now I feel bad because I took full wave.
Yeah, I have to go brawlers. Too much healing on all runs.
Sounds like your dogs are having fun.
Your dogs.
Not yours, his.
You actually retreat. Right, just be careful, right. I'm not there. We're at a disadvantage, Happy. Just back up. I'm attacking left. Keeper, can you survive? Just run.
Get away.
Rock heading left.
An enemy has been
Hold down for
slain.
20.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack the Gold Fury.
Hold in 10.
Oh my god. Just get out.
Attack the Gold
Oh, okay.
Fury. I'll defend.
Cancel that.
There's and then we don't know where Nim is, so we're just not gonna.
Alright, no one has oracles just yet.
Pele's ult is
Too
down.
bad.
She's got a lot of stuff.
I've done.
I got you.
Thanks.
They're coming left.
Yeah, retreat. Keep it.
Full squad on gold.
They're on gold.
Balance is overrated. On my way. On my way. On my way.
I can make it with time. I'm coming.
I can poke, but that's about it.
Alright, dump that shit, bro.
It's lights out for you.
Burn that shit.
Your team has destroyed
There we go.
the Gold Fury.
Nemesis ult.
There's no running from me.
She TP'd to Nem.
Handle this with style.
An ally has been slain.
Too bad.
That was fair and balanced.
Tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Pele's gone. I
Chase her,
don't know where she went.
Okay. Got that.
So back to his one
An
off.
ally has been slain.
Oh no.
I'm coming left.
Double kill.
Fuck.
Killing spree.
We ran too far.
What was it? We got gold, lost 3, killed 1?
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, what the fuck happened? How did Afro teleport all the way to Nim?
So if she refires her ult, it teleports to her partner. However, it's supposed to be like super fast. It's not supposed to be a snail's crawl like that.
She was faster than on my screen. Saved her life.
On my screen, it was like super slow. Like slower than her just
Your
normally
middle
walking.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, because I tried to hit her with an ability and did not work. Oh, that's unfortunate. Ultimate ready.
Has been slain.
Haley might be
Watch out, Morgan.
Is that Beads Afro?
Has arrived.
Enemy ultimate down.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I think Pele might be around our red.
Your right
Copy.
tower is under attack.
Up here.
Completed.
Don't worry about her. Don't chase her. She's hard to kill.
Yeah, I'm just dancing with her.
Your right tower is under attack.
I got you. Holy shit! I need to hit my fucking ones. What the fuck? If I hit that one, god damn it. She perfectly sidestepped that one. If I hit that, she was absolutely dead, no question.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Is my one on quick cast or instant?
Instant.
Looks like we're ahead, honestly.
Oh, it is on quick.
No, I'm behind though.
Nestle, quick.
An ally has been slain.
I mean, I'm 325 as Kepri against an
Increase
044.
jump speed so fucking much.
Faster pace game.
Who, on her?
Your middle tower is under
Yeah.
attack. Your left tower is under
That shit
attack.
lands so fast.
Yeah, relative to the smart one. Holds up.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
His ult's done, so he's
Hold down for 10. I'm coming, just hug the wall. 5.
Okay, why are they rotating? Why are they rotating first? I don't understand, bro. Oh my god. We knew he was on left and mid stays in mid.
Sobek on her Afro all up here.
Did you at least get beads?
No, I
I have
his jump.
no idea where Pele's at. Pele might be rotating.
I think I could have
2 on the Fury, 2 on left.
I would back up. I would back up.
Why did that sound like an Ares ult?
Yeah.
Unstoppable.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. The guilty always fall. Let me tip the scales.
You have been slain.
Where's the rest of the... Like, I get they're dead, but, like... Where were they that... Where's Morgan that she died? That's my question. Cupid, I know, is up there. He was trying to run out my ults. Oh, well.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Jeb, have I ever told you that I don't put too much value in AoE beads on my team? Or at least buying it myself?
Nope. Just now.
Yeah. I don't because either I'm buying it for ults like Ares, Geb, Hekate, those type. Wow, those minions body blocked him and got me in. That's kind of funny.
Be right back.
Or I'm essentially buying beads for a single person. Either me or whichever teammate needs beads at the moment. And while I do understand that from a support aspect, taking up an active slot exclusively for a single target beads.
Judgment is my domain. No brother for me.
An ally has been slain.
It's lights out for you. One strike is all. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to go. Let me take this.
Get out of the circle, get out of the circle, get out of the circle.
Killing spree.
Brother, get out of the circle. Why'd you stay in the circle?
Your right tower has
They
been
wanted to
destroyed.
die.
Chuck, babe, you had my ult on you.
Yeah, I fought the whole time, but they killed me after it went off.
No, you got executed by Sobek with it still on you.
I'll be lurking.
What am I gonna do about that?
I'll let you lurk.
It's an execute.
Yeah. The slow immunity, though. Plus movement speed. I'm going for Saris. Nemesis on her pillar. You have a slow?
Sobek has Stampede. He's never getting away from him.
Fair enough. Am I 3 levels under the Sobek now? How the fuck am I 3 levels under?
I'm gonna die. There's no way. They both ulted me.
An ally has been slain.
Alright, Mori's just doing Mori things. And I can't really do much with that info.
An ally has been slain.
Haley's rotating mid.
Your
right
right
now.
tower
Okay.
is under attack.
T2.
Nemesis 1.
Alone.
That's her beats too.
Come, my doves.
Efra's alone over here. Full HP though.
Get that bitch in.
That's her ult. That's her beads.
Slain an
That's her
enemy.
life.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Pyro while we're all here.
An enemy has left the game.
Yes, son.
An enemy has returned.
I would like to call that out, but you can't talk in paused thing.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyro. Your middle tower is under attack.
We also just can't.
Always fall. Balance is always Let me tip the
Yeah,
scales.
we can, but it's like.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill.
I can't hear them anymore.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I was wondering when the personal insults were gonna come.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
On my way.
Ultimate is down.
Beads on her. Stampede Sobek.
Nem's mid lane coming behind.
Copy.
Killing spree. We should surrender this one.
Hello.
Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me.
Shut down.
Needs a dramatic exit sometimes.
I do not speak whatever language that is.
Yep, this farm.
Oracles are up.
We can hit late when we win, but I don't know if we can get late.
You're actually pretty
So 7k gold is pretty even, my friend.
Really fucking behind. But like, we need more anti. I don't know. We don't have divine or on yet versus Pele,
We have a
Afro.
Morgan mid. Like it's just bad comp. God, the only time I want to see a Morgan mid is when Paul's in there. I don't want to see anyone else on that shit.
This is why I ban Sobek every game.
I don't think it's a build issue.
No, it's I just do keep getting plucked out of position every time though.
No, that's
annoying.
Between pluck and impale, the two of them can just put us wherever. I'll buy the C2 anti-heal. And I'll just hold it for now. Doesn't need what, 18? Yeah, 18 for that.
Has been slain.
What hell? There's 4 people.
The pyro has arrived.
They're rotating the fire.
Dude,
You're taking the whole bunch.
why the fuck does Onhero do 1400 damage? On fort you missed.
Let's settle this with judgment. Is my domain. Style.
Shut down.
Like, what the guy in?
He didn't have beads or ult, so.
He just left.
What else was he gonna do, bro?
And I'm heading towards red. They have oracles.
It's been jumping all game, sometimes 2 times in a row off cooldown.
Yeah. If I can just get too late, bro, I can fucking go crazy. But I'm so behind. I don't have a mid. You know, he's not gonna free cast. All right, stop them. Shit, I don't know if we can. Mid's not there. And they have Honk.
It's just the tanks poking at it, they're not actually fighting it.
Morgan's change into me and shock ult like every fight.
Back up. We need our whole team here.
I'm here.
That's
I
the
need my
Afro
Morgan who's been
ult.
sitting in base for fucking 10 minutes to be here.
That's the Afro ult down, I think, right?
We going,
Yes.
they're low. Go on this open, pull this open.
My pluck wasn't up.
I'm going on pyro, guys. Just take time.
There's Brandon and then there's low. Come on, help Guthrie. Alright, back up.
Need to get grouped up here. Split on pyro and fighting.
Fight. Kill the Sobek.
His ult's gonna come in. Sobek ult.
Group up, we're split.
Group up, I got a shell.
Why
I got
you
a
going that
shell.
way?
for
Run
fight.
to the
I could have ulted myself, but it would have made a difference. I should have ulted because it would have gave me additional protections. Because the longer we go with the fight, the more protections matter.
Why would you ultimate tower?
Shut down.
Dumbass.
Deicide.
Dude, Morgan, you need to switch to me and shock ult them. If we have 2 of those, dude, the fight's
Yeah.
over.
Like, I hate Morgan players who don't know what to turn into. Just play like shit. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, and please, for the love of God,
The
quit
enemy
shit
team
talking
has
this dude.
destroyed
Like,
the fire
you are
tank.
barely doing any better
What do you
right
want me
now.
to do, bro? You're counter picking me and my whole team is
Just like
incompetent.
chill out and try to win these fights. Like, all you're doing is ragging on a dude and it's tilting yourself.
You are right about that.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Seek them out.
I think our best option is trying to kill on her with Loki and then peeling for Cupid when Pele goes on Cupid.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Seek them out.
What is our actual issue here? I'm coming left.
Get a death ball. They're rotating left. I will get out.
Yeah,
You
it's
can get that.
it's
Yeah,
time
just
to
keep
stop chasing if you don't have the kill.
Morgan, please.
How the
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, a
Turns
kill's
it
a
down.
kill.
She gets dagger when she transforms.
They're right there.
Ultimate's ready.
Double kill.
They're in mid. They're gonna push down mid.
On my way.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Because we full committed. And left. Looking 3. Looking for Nem. There we beads.
Killing spree.
Yes.
It's
Oh,
just
damn.
Pele in the backline destroying everything.
Shut down.
Unfortunate.
It's crazy. She has 1 damage item and can do that.
Yeah.
I guess 2.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I'm behind you, Capri.
Okay.
I'm just poking stacks. I'm not even really trying to fight.
I have pen. I can kill the Pele pretty easily. Unfortunately, I'm 3 items away from it.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Where do we actually go is the thing. Hunter's in mid bush.
I don't know where they're at.
Oh my god, Morgan, please.
Retreat! Defend the Titan!
Double kill.
On her ult.
Come, my doves!
Yeah, why not?
You have been slain.
is 5k behind. I'm
Your
3k
right
behind.
Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Unstoppable. Your Titan is under attack.
Strike is all I need.
Oh, that's good.
Hello there.
Ugh. Jab, it's all going wrong.
That good of a game, huh?
Yep. Do I feel like this game was actually well balanced? Not in the slightest.
Brother, I was also looking at my tracker.
Mm.
I haven't won since May.
In ranked?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's quite frightening.
Yeah, sure.
We'll do casual. You, me, and Angelo.
Sounds good. Oh, now kick. No, now kick's not working again. God damn it! Why? Uh.
He might be in a game.
Yeah, I might. If I can't get the. Excuse me. If I can't get this to work, then I might fully rotate over. And I can theoretically stream TikTok through it as well, but that only lets me do either landscape or vertical exclusively. I'm not trying to do that. Someone responded to my Reddit post again, and they said Aegis blocked or damage immunity blocked executes as a tracker for like Thanatos, Sobek, and Achilles.
I wondered. I mean, it's more of a relic thing, so I don't know how they would actually track that.
If player is damage immune when hit by this.
Well, then technically, I mean, I guess Vulcan too. Vulcan ult.
No, executes.
Well, you said damage immune.
Vulcan ult doesn't make you damage immune.
No, I'm saying that like Vulcan ult and they immune it. Poseidon ult, they immune it.
Oh yeah, like the famous ults you can think of.
Like, especially like because Vulcan is notoriously oh, you're fighting Vulcan, you're getting Aegis. You're fighting Poseidon, you're getting Aegis. You're fighting like you said, Achilles.
Yeah,
Thanatos.
I was doing exclusively executes.
That's fair. I don't know if Angelo's in the game. Alrighty. I'm gonna send him a message.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm gonna look him up on the tracker right now, see if he's in a game, because I think he's in a game. That's why it's not letting. You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
doesn't show up on the tracker. Or I just don't remember his name. That is nothing changed.
You do, Mush.
Alright. I guess I just don't know his name. Nothing changed, huh?
Apparently.
Nothing changed. Doesn't show up. Nothing changed. Nope. What the fuck? That's weird. Epic Games, maybe? Nothing changed. Nope. Xbox Live. PlayStation Network. I know he doesn't play on either of those, but fuck. Huh? Okay. Well, he doesn't exist. Got it. Alrighty. Kicking. Kick. And we'll do regular.
Adventure.
I told him to join the Discord when he gets in.
Mm-hmm.
That way also too, just communicate easier. Yeah.
Select your god.
I don't see, the reason I like playing ranked is so I can ban annoying gods, and you know exactly what annoying god we're going to be facing.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not. Ganesh isn't too bad. It's just all right. The shit solo laner. This is stupid. Alrighty. Fuck it. Let's just go my new wall. Just get it ready. It's all ready. Oh wow, he's not in the game at all.
Did it show him online, or?
No, I'm talking about the Ganesha.
Oh. Good.
Yeah.
I thought you were still talking about Angelo.
Nah, he's online. It's just like he said he's in game. I sent him an invite, but I think he's in a game. Like, I think it's dumb that it lets me send an invite to somebody in the game. Do I get shell? For the emoja? Nah.
Alright, what am I up against? Okay.
Emoja? And Apollo.
Yes. And a Wheelix.
Yeah. She shouldn't be in the lane, but yeah.
Well, no, I wasn't looking for laning. I'm looking for mid and jungle as well. Like, I care about all 4 roles off rip.
Merlin? It's not too much of a hassle.
Yeah, Merlin I don't care about at all. Hey, Joe, baby mush. Hey, Joe.
Not till late game.
What time is it? I can do one more game on TikTok before I need to restart it. Hi, Mush. That is an interesting start from you.
What do you mean?
I don't usually see people going T2 book.
This It's mana regen. It's only 500 gold.
Since time doesn't give you enough.
Mana regen? I mean, 4 mana regen is nice. But never not enough. When I'm fucking spamming my 3.
Yeah, they try to invade, by the way.
Try to invade or just a gold?
They tried to. And she spent a lot of Omi on it, too. Playing multi-pots on Yamoja is a bold strategy.
Why the fuck don't the jungles ever come to the fucking mid-buff anymore?
I don't know what his start was. Because he was supposed to do blue-red then mid. Or blue-red ward then mid.
And then he literally went fucking just down to his speed. He literally just ran away.
Be still.
God, this guy's an idiot.
Impossible.
Yes.
Let's go, Jimmy. Some of them.
Back to
An enemy has
the
been
old
slain.
Fred.
An enemy has been slain.
Seek them out.
There we are.
Man, like I said, I've been getting Book of Thoth first on every fucking mid.
Oh yeah, Book of Thoth is good. I think Doom Orb is currently better, but the two do go good together. Yeah, I don't know why you're going multi-pots on Yamoja. I know that you can stack the two pots ticking at the same time, but... Yeah.
Doesn't benefit from the mana at all.
An enemy has been
Yeah,
slain.
I know. I think that all characters that have their monobar replaced and or just straight up removed like Thanatos should have the effects applied at 20% to their HP. Like how it did in Smite 1.
Seek them out. Stay put. Go. Enemy missing left.
The shell.
Be careful, middle. Ultimate is ready.
No problem.
beneath the waves.
Enemy ultimate down. Seek them out.
An ally has been slain.
But I must
An enemy has been
protect
slain.
them.
Attack.
Attack.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Killing spree.
Cancel that. Do not fret.
On my way.
Go.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Actually, doing pretty good.
Oops. Bye.
Do not fret. I'll attack middle lane.
Out of mana.
Okay. Be careful left.
Then why are you in my lane? Get out of there. Back.
What?
Go away.
Me?
The jungle. I'm out of mana. And then he's like, oh, let me just take this wave real quick.
Yeah, you used that to clear, and then I thought he was backing off that.
Ultimate is
I
ready.
hate jungles. Hate them.
Yeah, I try to keep her out of it.
Farewell.
Bye.
Ever since the introduction of...
Is she here? God
Okay.
damn it, dude.
Ever since the introduction of the proper Spectral, I have not seen that much crit, and I love it.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been
See crit
slain.
in every game.
We're not having crit in this game.
Yet.
What?
Just because they're building incorrectly doesn't mean they won't build it late. Okay, Aladdin's getting
Not as soft as it looks.
Go get
Enemy
some
missing.
An ally has been
vision
slain.
on the
Fuck's
money.
the ulting in their fucking
Oh,
jungle.
oh, stuttering a bit.
Yep.
Enemy missing.
Don't ult in their jungle. Fucking idiot.
Did he say fucking help me? Is that what he typed? Wait, I
Yeah.
wasn't...
He put help me. I was like,
Oh, just help me. Okay.
dude, don't ult in their fucking jungle. Like, the fuck are you doing?
Mid blue is up, by the way.
Yeah, I'm getting my red.
Trying to play defense for it.
Okay. Not that close. Alright, shell down. Grabbing the blue up. While
Yep.
you're pushing.
Yep, I'm just keeping him busy.
You got it.
Thank you.
Brother, where the fuck
I'm out of range, I'm out of range, out of range. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have waited for that shell.
Double kill.
An ally has been slain.
Why don't the Wilkses go Jotuns first?
Attack the gold fury.
Your team has destroyed a
Is it
right
just not
enemy tower.
efficient to go Jotuns first?
Apparently Hydra's is better.
Really?
I mean, for the cooldown and for AA canceling, it's honestly a
Your
lot
left
better.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, I can see that. Plus the 2's on a pretty low cooldown, right?
Yeah, so that's why it's like, I mean, technically, I guess Hydra is just better all around for that kind of
Your
stuff.
team has destroyed the gold fury.
Nice job.
Oracles are up. Never mind. Okay, I got her away from him.
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
On my way.
Get out.
That's her ult. I'm getting body block for days. I can't move. I literally... Okay.
more on you.
No, I got it. The thing is, I would have been fine, except they completely locked me and I could not move.
An enemy has been.
Hi.
Goddamn dude.
Unstoppable.
Ready.
I don't know why Merlin stayed with no health.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. An enemy has
What the
been
fuck was
slain.
that ult?
Yes.
Perfect veil for mischief.
She, I was like, alright, I'll just walk behind you. Doom's
Falling
orb,
back.
zoom orb. Where's the zoom orb? There it is.
Do not fret.
Thank God we have a carry that's actually doing things though.
Oh, he's fucking pranking him.
Not relying on our jungle or our solo.
Enemy ultimate down.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing. Be
Hey,
careful.
my
left.
support's pranking me. No, I'm just kidding.
Mm-hmm.
The pyroman. Enemy missing left. Your team has.
See, that's the thing is, like I said,
destroyed a left
when
enemy
you guys
tower.
mess up, it's like, alright, cool, I get it. It's not like you guys aren't always gonna play perfect.
Yeah.
But when my my allies just can't play well, like at all, like it's embarrassing.
That's good. Give me you. Give me you. Give
Your
me
right
you.
tower is under attack.
How much anti-heal do you think they're gonna build?
I mean, probably not much. I'm gonna get Zoom Orb and then go into Divine.
Hmm.
Like, Emotus healing is not anything too fucking spectacular. I'm out.
Okay, I'm just smacking a bit.
Ultimate is ready. Let's celebrate.
On the party, babe. Get in.
Killing spree.
Bring him, John.
You already know.
Double kill.
He ults when you're nearby instead of all the way deep in their jungle. Whoa, I did not know she can pull him off a fucking wall.
Your left tower.
No, he was already jumped off the wall.
No, he was running up it still. That's why I was like, because I literally saw him in EVs, but
On my screen, he had already like jumped off the wall.
no, he was running up it on mine. That's why I was like, holy shit. I mean, I guess technically it counts as a leap, that whole interaction, you know what I mean? He's not on the ground, so that makes sense.
You have slain an enemy.
Ultimate is ready. No problem. Curses. You're welcome.
Badass boy.
Do not fret.
No!
Unfortunate, really.
I won the bubble. Why are we just casually sieging Phoenix?
Not yet.
Oh my... What the fuck is going on? Why are we... 15-minute Phoenix? I mean...
See, this is the kind of stuff that's gonna happen in the league, my guy. Like,
Attack the Ghost Fury. Oops. Do not fret. Ultimate is down.
Oh, he's in. That's his beads. That's a root. I already preemptively shelled.
I didn't make it. That's fine. Just ult out.
I need to back because I have some money I'd like to spend right about now.
Curses!
My strength grows.
Yeah, Emoja's not doing good. Ooh, I don't like her build either. I'm fucking 2k ahead of Umoja. And our carry is 4k ahead.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
Ah,
tower.
damn. Oh, oh, 1 more second.
That's too bad.
Yeah, they're not gonna kill you, my guy.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack, fire giant.
On my way.
Enemies in left lane.
God, this just feels amazing.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I'll attack. Left
On my
lane is
way.
down.
Immortal!
Attack fire giant. Light up my world. Attack fire giant. Attack.
Yeah, you're just keeping them busy?
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Woo! Honestly, I'm going to you. Also gonna grab you along the way. You want Eggsy's second item. Interesting. A bold strategy.
I have returned. Sorry.
The tide calls.
No gold? Okay.
Right's just about up.
I'll attack right lane.
An enemy has been
Light up
slain.
my world.
Rearrange the action.
Fight on. That's what counts.
Double kill. Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed the middle enemy phoenix. Shut down. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a right enemy phoenix. An enemy has been slain.
Be careful. That's too bad. Unfortunate, really. Not fret. Be right back.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
There we go. And I think I am gonna go Contagion next and just do like a stacking HP build. Because if he's not gonna build Keen Scythe, then I'm gonna punish him for it.
Enemy missing. Seek them out.
It's a wash.
And Kepri slowly walking up the map.
Victory.
I love doing the auto walk at the end. I don't know why.
Says he's an assault right now. There, he joined. Yay. I guess I was telling Dimmy, man. I was like, brother, I think it's gonna be a wash if we if we're on the same team. It's just one, we have that chemistry. You know, it's not like we have to build up a chemistry with a random person.
Mm-hmm.
Like we already know how each other plays. What up, Angelo?
Select your god.
So I was like, you know, even if it's like blue and me kind of stuff, it's like I know how he plays.
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
it's like I don't have to. Oh, I have to mesh with this person now.
Why do I kind of want to go Kepri solo?
Go for it. I mean,
I'm going for it.
It works.
Mm.
Yeah, I haven't played Conquest in a while, so I don't know.
Your
What
mid
is
lane.
nerfed, what is buffed.
I mean, honestly, the only pen item that you can get is Obsidian Shard. So.
I mean, you can also go Totem of Death.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
If you're going a tick,
actual pen.
if you're going a tick damage god like Anubis or Cuckoo, Totem of Death in addition to Obsidian Shard gives you 54.5% then. Raw, then yeah, don't go. Actually, no, because your 2 becomes an ability proccing piercing auto attack. So as long as you're hitting your auto attacks while your 2 is up, you can go Totem.
Yep. Well, that's if he's aspect.
Mm-hmm. No, the 2 is always.
Oh yeah, I thought it was just no. That's right. It's always that's stupid. Honestly, Raw is broken in this.
Is Book of Thoughts still good?
Thought is good. I think the current rush is Zoom Orb for mages, but I think you can do both of them without issue.
I just did book.
Or Doom Orb?
Yeah, book's
Yeah.
good too. I like to get it.
I would do book.
Because I mean, it takes more stacks.
Mm.
Like Zoom Orb is a major power spike when you get it, but yeah, like I said, I mean, you kind of.
So
Book of Thoth is just better.
Jeb, can you clear up something for me?
So.
Go to the max health tab.
Max health.
Why is Aerosbow, Avenging Blade, and Jade Scepter in offensive, but the rest of them are in hybrid? Like, Gem of Iso versus Jade Sep.
Well, Jade Sep, that's fair. I was gonna say because that gives intelligence, but yeah,
like it gives high intelligence, sure, but
yeah. So does Gem.
No, well, Gem gives 50, Jade gives 100.
Well, I guess this hybrid because in the sense that like Jade Scepter is more of an offensive active.
Well, no, Jade Sep is a defensive item.
Well,
it's a self-peel.
Ganesh.
Except on Ganesh, but Jade Sep has been in the game long before Ganesh.
Correct. But also, I mean, technically a knockup is more of an offensive. Like, yes, it can be used as peel, but, bro, like Vulcan using his meatball into an ultimate. You know? So.
Wow, that player was slow.
Yeah. I was gonna sunder it, but I was like, nah.
He's going there.
Yep, he's going towards red. You're supposed to come to me right here so we can clear this together. Pick that up. Then we come here to the middle. Ymir.
Going to.
Yep.
Be careful, right? Enemies incoming.
Nah, he's just grabbing the fucking whatchamacallit.
Alright, so he has 5 pots. I had 3, but I also had health regen.
Shit.
Faculty beat.
Okay, I'll definitely get it.
Is here.
Ah, damn.
You have been slain.
Ymir's here.
Okay. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's their jungle.
He's going to red.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Seek them out.
Yeah, careful, Ymir's on the left side.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, Ymir's here. He's here.
An
Careful,
ally
Yami.
has been slain.
Alright,
An enemy has
should be
been slain.
good. I'm just gonna get my rocks.
Alright, I'm here for
An
blue.
ally has been slain.
What's it called
I'm
now?
gonna lay
Oh,
a
it's still
mage now.
rune forged. Okay. You can start it.
It's down.
Yep. You wanna go for his?
No. I think
Okay.
Ymir's here. Around. I got ulti. I should have ulti after this red.
The
I'm
Yakutish
just dropping it.
is here.
That's yours. That's
Yeah.
your red. Alrighty.
An enemy
Good shit.
has been slain.
What the fuck? I hate that. That's your red buff, by the way, my
Yeah, yeah.
friend.
I'm going.
Good shit, good shit. Just letting you know. Woo woo! Dang! Alright, I might come solo. After this buff.
Yes. Because he is going to ult me momentarily. I will try and bait it, but
Oh, actually, I'll check it out because Ymir was in jungle. Or...
Yep.
No, it's down. Okay. I'm here.
yeah, he's in the top bush on his, so he's in bush on his side.
Is Jade Scepter still good?
Defensively,
I mean,
yes.
Yeah,
Like
it's
to
good
shove them
soft
away
heal.
from you.
I'll go spare.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally
We're just
has been
letting-
slain.
She ulted you. I seen that. I seen
Faculty all done?
that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming. Oh shit, behind you.
I'm rotating
Yeah,
mid. I
so-
don't know how fast I'll be there.
Alright, cool.
An ally
Fuck.
has been been slain.
Yeah. I got 20 seconds on TP.
Oh god. Her beads are down.
Both ults are down.
What the fuck, bro? This Ares is terrible.
Tower is under attack. Your
He
middle
missed
tower
a
is under
chain
attack.
on fucking Ymir. And then Serb was right behind him and didn't say anything. This fucking Ares is god awful. Hydras, that's what I was looking for. So what the hell?
Get over here. Watch out, Jeremy.
Okay.
You're just that
I think I just saw
fucking
Achilles.
fight in the middle and they get ahead of me.
That's not bad damage.
Watch out here.
Yeah, I see him. Serb.
Oh, I am not there.
Yep, I see that. Now. I'm out.
I think Hecate's.
Did they get my blue?
Yeah, Hecate's coming.
Yeah, they stole it.
Fuck.
I mean, I don't know why you didn't come to it.
No, I dropped it and I was gonna go get the rocks. Like I did in the previous.
Yeah, no, but they weren't. There were
No.
2 people last time.
Well, yeah, but we also didn't have eyes on 2 people before they came there.
Apparently he was already there, waiting. Ymir. Yeah.
Was he like in the buff?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Ymir's here.
Like, I mean, he was like right around the corner.
Ymir's
Gotcha.
pulled down.
Be right
Yeah,
back.
his life is almost. You guys got nothing. It's fine. Ares ulted, I'm assuming. Yeah.
We can build this way, and then from there, we can do something.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back. Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy stay on base.
An enemy has been slain.
Hecate's here.
For a sword
Oh,
art.
never mind.
Enemies in the middle lane. Enemy missing.
They have oracles. I can see that all the way from solo lane, which is fun.
Enemy missing right.
I'm going left.
Okay. He's building Genji, so he still has no FISD. Plus I have 25% down. Go for the stun. Go. That's his ult. No? Okay.
Nope, there's no point. I got no ult, and he ulted away. So
Oh,
he's
okay.
running.
I didn't know you had no ult. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I ulted Rama. That's why he died.
Ymir's coming. Ymir's here.
That's another thing. I'm like, there's no point trying to fight this guy. Maybe when I get my Titan's Bane.
Hmm.
Then I'll go in. Yeah. No, I mean, getting his ult for nothing is fine. Like, all I did was show up.
Yeah, and unfortunately I have no mana whatsoever. I really need this blue.
I'll be there. Just going straight. Ignore the rest of my camps real quick.
Oh, Ymir's here.
Dropping red.
Missing mid.
Yep.
Enemy missing right. Enemies in the middle lane.
He's on it.
They're on it. Yep. I see him.
Enemies in the right jungle.
I got it.
Wait, so what? What does Runeforged Hammer do? Playing basic attack them for that runes to deal.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wait, hold up. It is a one-time hit on Runeforged. It's not basic attack them for 5 seconds to apply damage while they're marked.
Nope, nope.
Oh my god, that's so horrible. Why did I build this item?
Yeah. Should build Eye of the Storm.
Why would I build Eye of the Storm?
No. Neck is very low in me.
You shredded.
Yep.
Pendulums.
I got like 3 seconds for a ult.
Your middle
Hey.
tower is under attack.
He's gonna run. Yep.
I mean, if you want to go for it, I have ult.
Alright, well, he doesn't have his dash, so I'm going.
I under tower, down to tower, down to tower.
I don't know if I will.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take this one.
An enemy has been slain.
Not like I can now clear you.
I mean, last hit is who that goes to, I think.
No, it's the most damage.
No, that's crazy. Yeah, I just wanted that one.
Don't worry, I have 2 of them as well. He probably has 4 of them.
An ally has been slain.
See, I thought it was like a good item for like Bologna or something. Like for auto attack gods.
Honestly. It's good for the hybrid, I guess, but that's it.
Your right tower is under attack.
And I'm stunned. Thank you. Press her ult down. Mine.
Ah, I tried to hook tower. Oh, and he lives off that. Great. Yeah, so literally Golden Blade would have done better. Got it.
Yeah, Golden Blade is probably much better.
Yeah, no, I thought it was marked targets take Golden Blade-like damage for 5 seconds. Because Golden Blade is based on your protections. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to build high HP, high protections.
Joe said, Chassis.
Chassis. I'll let you guess which viewer that is.
Joe.
Yep. Yeah, if I do Kepler solo again, Runeforged is out. Are they actually on power? No? On the firelings, got it.
Enemies incoming right. Be careful, right. See them out. Let's test your heat. Where do you think you're going? You should have never come here. Enemy ultimate down.
What the fuck's Serb in here?
Probably need to build Spectral if Rama building Crut.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's just...
Crit asterisk.
I was doing solo Keppers, so I'm just like, hey, you know what would be funny? Yeah, Golden Blade would have done just exactly what I needed. But I thought
Damn,
Runeforged,
dude, where the fuck's our support?
he was double ganking me in solo.
Okay.
Brother, get out of it's called solo.
Yeah, well,
I hate
he
it
got
so
beads
much.
and, what's it called? Bolt out of him.
Like, brother, you're a support. You're not a ganking jungle. Support your fucking lanes. God damn, dude. Like, have I seen Cerberus in solo? No. Have I seen Ymir? Yes. That's weird. I've been over there, but it's my job. Oh my god. It's okay. I'm going right. Help him out.
Your right tower is
Oh
under
yeah,
attack.
Seb's in our fucking jungle stealing my shit. Our support is in solo. Grabbing the bees.
That'll be the mark.
Enemies in the right jungle.
You in the afterlife. Enemy ultimate down. Come on with that pretty face.
Enemy missing. An enemy has been slain.
Alright, his ult's down, his beads are
Your right
down.
tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Just to say I also ganked the second duo lane, solo side.
Correct. Oh, I found Serb. I just need the rest of this wave, and that's it.
Yep. Probably going for the red.
Be right back.
Or they're going left.
No, I want you to clear the wave. Clear the wave.
Oh, he's dead.
Okay, I got this. I can go to
But normally
Unis.
because I see blue is up.
That's true, that's true. Yeah, I might try solo Khepri again, but with Golden Blade instead. The tick for my 2 got that? Really? Oh, he's 1 HP. Oh, he's actually 1 HP.
That's frustrating. Alright. Kate's probably
Fucking
coming.
5.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
Yeah.
Going mid.
Well, well, a surprising effort.
His ult's down. Good to know.
We made it. Be right back.
Sayonara.
Tower.
Your left tower is under attack.
My build's gonna be all sorts of fucked up, because I'm gonna refuse to sell Runeforge for a good while.
Careful.
You
Give me
may
a
Your
minute.
left tower
Yep, I'm
has
out.
been destroyed.
I got no mana to be fighting.
An enemy has been slain.
Stay put. Enemy missing. Be careful, middle.
Back to you.
Oh, and yeah, Golden Blade synergizes because it's physical damage, and I have Fizz Shred in my kit. Oh yeah, Golden Blade 100%.
What is Ruinfage base stats?
Coming left.
35 strength, 350 HP, and 3 HP regen. 40 strength. But it's only a singular tick of damage, is the thing. I thought it was, like, mark an enemy for 4 seconds, then you keep auto-attacking them to keep reapplying the damage. I'm like, oh, that sounds really good. It was unfortunately not that.
Oh, you guys are just dead on tower.
It might be fine to keep just as a stat stick.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing, because HP gives me damage and HP regen is always nice.
Light up my world.
Especially, just...
Attack is in right jungle.
Yep.
Alright.
Be careful left.
Hikate
An
ult
ally
down.
has been slain. Your
Didn't do
team
anything,
has
but damage
destroyed
me, I
a
guess,
left.
but...
Yeah, I knew that was gonna come. I have TP. I can come back up.
I didn't know I was by myself. I wouldn't have thought.
I don't know where I...
Oh, crit Ymir as well.
They're probably Gold Fury. I mean, it's up. And I just got picked off.
Herb is right here.
Yeah, that's just, I don't get it. Why our support isn't fucking left. It's just constantly.
Okay, okay. Me and you both just did like the loopy-loop there. I thought you were going the other way.
Yeah, Ymir's like dead. Kate has no ult. Bro, what's insane is this game's 22 minutes and no build period.
Yeah, you think we need objectives here? Oh, well, we're getting tossed around a little. Put him in the corner. Put him baby in the corner. Oh, Jeb, you... if you want to keep going. Oh, really? Ymir wall knocked me just out of range. And it landed on me instead.
Double kill. It's okay, you're not support. I don't expect it.
You have been slain.
Good beats. Hello, baby mush. Hello. You been a squishy face?
Barry's just back. What are you doing?
His best, clearly. Actually, what the fuck is he doing?
He is trying to be supported in OSL LOL.
Fair enough. Joe, if you look at my trackers, you would think that all of my wins are losses and all my losses are wins. Actually, no, that's a lie. You'd think that all my wins are losses and all my losses are losses.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Because of just stats across the board. I had 100k more mitigated than the enemy solo laner for one game, and that was a loss. Same damage, dwarfed him in KDA.
I have nothing up.
She ulted me off.
Shut down.
You don't need anything. You're fine, my guy.
So, just to put it into perspective,
It be like that sometimes.
they really do. Just to put it into perspective, the damage from Runeforged is slightly scaled higher than 3 Golden Blade autos, because Golden Blade is 20 flat plus 15% scaling. The singular, and I emphasize singular, Runeforged proc is 50 plus 50% scaling.
Careful left. Might be going pyro though.
So, if it was multiple procs and had the cooldown, that'd be perfectly fine. But if it's a singular proc only, then it's like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Achilles.
Yeah, why are you fighting? There's no reason to fight him.
I kill him, that's why.
Yeah, fair enough. Been funny as hell if I took that.
That's the reason to kill him.
Okay, no, I thought you were just like fighting him just to fight him.
No, if I saw anybody else, I'm not fighting him there because yeah, I'm not taking it. But he was picking up rocks, so I was like, all right, bet you're dead.
Fair enough.
Yeah, now especially I got Titan's Bane and everything. And Ymir. Win.
An enemy has been slain.
Be careful, middle.
Killing spree.
I'm not hating. I'm not hating the Kepri solo, but Angelo, you didn't hurt him. You healed him.
No, it was weird. Yeah. I mean, you healed me also. You're old.
You healed all of us, which healed him. Like, he gained at least a quarter HP off that.
Sir passive. He steals healing. Ah, we can win this game. 10 seconds for Ymir.
Plus, I got ult. Good wall. Oh, I was gonna pluck him. GG's.
A surprising effort.
Be funny as hell if I could use their teleporters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Yeah. This is funny though too, because Angel, your ult healed everyone, and so Sir passive healed him.
I
to
didn't
like,
know that.
Yeah. Well, because yeah, your aspect, your ult heals allies that you hit. So you hit all of us on top of him also. So you hit him, but his passive stole that healing.
Yeah.
So that,
Also,
that was
your
insane.
3 can be placed on allies if you didn't already.
Yeah, he knew that.
Okay.
He was throwing it on me a lot.
Yeah, but it removes the scaling off your, like the damage scaling off your 3 and ult in exchange for the healing.
You're 1 in ult.
3 and ult.
Let's see. Let's see.
Solar Blessing and Searing Pain.
Oof. No wonder you max out the 1 then. Alrighty.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
If I get solo again, I'm going to try Kepri with Golden Blade.
I hope I'm support.
I mean, you weren't terrible mid, my guy.
Not doing ranked.
Thanks.
We were doing ranked. Let's see what we were while streaming. We're gonna cut back to off of what we were.
No,
streaming.
Yami doesn't do ranked with me, Joe.
Yeah, that too. I don't play ranked with Jeb anymore because he's too low.
Yeah, I'm too low is insane. No, because there are all
LMAO.
of our allies, especially.
Well,
that
you
just like
yeah,
it
you're in
puts it
plat. I'm in
such a
obsidian.
range.
It gives us too big of a range.
But, I mean, hell, bro. Even when they like how he said it, his teammates always play like that. I don't know what it is.
Mm.
I just can't play with Yami's teammates in ranked. They're they're god awful. All right, Yami support.
Let's see if we can pass it around.
If y'all get closer in ranked, it will be fine.
No? Okay.
I mean, Angela would, but do you want mid?
No.
So, yeah.
If Angelo, if you trade to solo,
No,
I can switch from there, and you get support, I get solo.
I can try.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
And then trade there. Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, they'll trade. No, that won't happen, Joe. One, it just.
Well,
also my teammates, like brother, I
Hyper
have
is a
like
tilt fiend.
80k damage in a 10-minute game, and my teammates just throw. Like I can't play ranked anymore, man. I'll
Just
wait
a
for
heads up.
comp. I know it's completely different, but
like he's
I mean,
going
my
to
stats
tilt.
aren't terrible. Like, I mean, there's like I said, there's the things that are out of my control, like playing with terrible teammates. I can't control that. I don't control who. Hyper. Oh, mid, or no, this. Yeah, the mid. Oh my god.
So, what is a strength-based god that wants or that has
Yeah, he
two
gets
or
tilted and
more
freaks out.
base kit forms of hard CC? Like non-ultimate is what I'm saying.
That's AA based?
No, not AA based. Strength based has 2 forms of hard CC in their base kit.
That's AA then, isn't it, technically? If you're going strength, that's AA?
No. Auto attack and strength are two different. Susanoo is strength. Bologna is AA.
She's also strength though. Is like if
Well,
you,
yes,
if you're not
but
building
she
strength,
she
then your
is
AAs are
she
not,
is strength scaling. Yes, I.
right. That's what I'm like.
But I'm not
strength-
looking for exclusively auto attack gods.
Well, okay, so if that's
So like
one, you said is
Kabrakan, I
strength.
guess.
Sort of. I
He's got his one. His
this kid-
upgraded to.
Yeah. I mean, technically,
Because I'm trying to find like a good user of Runeforge because you have to continuously like keep hitting hard
Artemis?
CCs to give you. No, because that's only one.
your trap.
That's only one, and you're not hitting that all the time.
I mean, you should be hitting it all the time, but
No, you should be hitting it all the time, but you're not hitting it off cooldown.
Minions have spawned.
And I'm not doing Artemis and solo.
So yeah, Kabrakan's the only one that I can think of.
Reckon
Especially
Jeb
you said
is.
two forms of CC.
I'd preferably two, at least two.
It's only Cap.
Yeah, so I think Cab would be the only real user of.
Runeforge.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to think of anybody else that like. Yeah, I tried using Sunder that time. That way. See
Did
how
you have Sunder last time and not use it?
Yeah. I just used it on the red. That's why.
Gotcha.
Since I'm clearing it in solo, I was like, eh, let me use it here.
Enemy missing.
Grab it.
Pele? I mean, Aspect Pele, but I thought I was going to be against Cab.
What am I doing?
No, that makes sense. I just didn't look at the icons.
Careful. Right. It's fine. Trade.
Did I cancel her rock? What? What happened? Bonk!
Slay an enemy.
Oh, me.
Imagine losing.
Vacation.
Solo Capri.
Cringe.
Cringe.
Let the cringe flow through you. You also didn't have a T1 item, so.
Oof.
Ironically enough, I can play like a mage because I can play back and poke the
Shit,
minions.
Aladdin behind y'all.
Means are a little drunk. That's okay, we still love them regardless.
An enemy has been slain.
She went Chalice plus 3 health pots. What?
An ally has been slain.
Follow for Guan. God.
Your middle tower is
Ass.
under attack.
Be right back.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is ready.
Alright, I'm completely out of mana over here.
Headed that way.
Your left tower.
Just dancing my tower line.
Alright.
She's in lane, full HP.
Nope. Aladdin is though.
Got my
I
2.
got it.
Nice. He's tagged.
Yep. Go get it.
Yeah, I'm going. Wait a minute. I have just enough for an ult. Alright, that's good enough. That at least gives me that.
Man, if I had a red buff, he dies.
Yeah.
Fuck. I gotta come door. I'm out.
Enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
2450. I want to know what she's building into. For some reason, I want to say Avenging Blade.
Enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice
Woo.
That was funny. Double Loki ult. Oh,
That's just toxic.
Literally.
Okay, got enough for my item.
Be right back.
Yeah, he seems to be alright right now.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree.
Quit annoying me! Seriously? It's my team!
An enemy has been slain.
Now you've done it, vicious! Oh,
Ah, damn. That's not worth. Funny, but not worth.
That's worth. Dominance.
Yeah. Exclusively dominance, that's what that was.
Do you have teleporter?
I do not. I use it to get up there, so just take it. Take it all!
Help! Middle lane.
Okay.
That's fine. Oh, she went Eye of the Storm. Interesting.
That doesn't work. Not on Pele.
Why not?
You remember why when you were Thor? Same reason. Your health, you're not building health really.
Do you know what Pele aspect does?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Kills her. I'm just saying, one, she has to get close.
Yeah.
She's not staying that close anyway.
Well, she's standing that close to me right now.
Yeah.
She's also draining... She really is draining her health that fast, huh?
Yeah.
Your left tower is under attack. You have been slain. Into the light.
I believe. I'm slowly... I am more believing. Belief's coming back. Woo! I didn't get an assist, but okay.
Yeah, you were like, and then, yeah.
Yeah.
Body block.
The minion body block is always funny.
well done. Thanks.
Your left tower is under attack. Shut down.
Don't want to fight? You ulted.
Attack! Unfortunate. Enemy ultimate down.
How many totems are you at, by the way? Just curious.
Just 2.
Your middle
I have
tower is
one.
under attack.
Ult is ready. I'm just gonna drop a 2 and come over.
Be careful left. On my way.
Oh, that's his blank.
Alright. Oh, cab.
Oh.
I'm out.
If you stay close... Nope, you're good.
Attack.
I'm on my way.
Making friends, making friends. I was gonna say get close.
You guys should get them all.
Yeah, but I had cooldown.
Anything.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. They just killed you. Got nothing else. It's not like they got a tower or anything. So disappointing, nothing got out of that. But,
Yep.
I mean, on her got right, so.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, okay.
I saw Cat running. I was like, oh fuck.
I wish that dashing through minions would apply the auto attack effect to
Your
them.
middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
What, for Kepri?
Golden Blade? Yeah, Golden Blade.
Golden Blade,
Dashing
use
through-
your dash to do
Yeah.
Yeah, it's based on your protections. It's not based off your basic attack damage.
Golden Blade?
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're literally then able to clear wave with just the one item. I'm coming.
It's worse than if it's Horus 1.
An enemy has been slain.
Horus 1 is his updraft,
Your
right?
left tower is under attack.
I'm not mistaken on that.
An enemy has been slain.
She missed her ult even though I dashed right into her.
Be careful.
God. I hate Cab. Yeah. And then she hit her ult when she... Nah. I'm gonna take the wave. Okay. Y'all doing it? Alright, now I'll take it. Okay, Scylla's here for some fucking reason.
On my way.
Thank you.
An enemy has been slain.
Stampede definitely was the play of the game.
Ooh.
That was insane. I would have died if that wasn't. Oh man. Alright, I'm going mid.
6,000, 6,800, so she's gonna be basically 1k ahead of me off this.
Double kill.
Why Loki sounding kind of fruity?
Attack the
Oh,
gold
that was
fury.
me.
The pyromancer has arrived.
That's Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy spotted.
There you go. Alright, no gold. No gold. I'm coming.
Come on my way. On my way.
It's too late.
What'd you go onk for?
Fuck. Why did I...
Not you. My ult didn't go off? Okay.
Been slain. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
The pain makes us feel alive.
The pain makes us feel alive. Totem's one hit, by the way.
Too far. They got that.
Going here.
Your left tower is under attack.
Keeping left.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hello.
An ally has been slain.
No one else gonna say hello, just me.
Hello?
The blue.
Unfortunate.
An enemy has been slain.
Take that free fucking kill.
Kepri, moment to shine. Fuck no. Not going into that.
Enemy missing left. Yes.
I was dead, babe. That's why enemy was missing left. I died because there was an Aladdin there.
Your middle tower is under
That
attack.
tends to be what happens. That they rotate upon your
Right
corpse.
tower is under attack.
Mhm.
You.
Your left tower is under attack.
What are you going, Glad Shield next? Interesting, interesting, interesting.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wait.
An ally has been
Guys, I'm not seeing things right. Apollo, one aspect.
That he did.
An ally has
Okay,
been
interesting.
slain. An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
What'd you beat? What the fuck?
Careful,
Your
man.
middle
I'll come
tower
over.
is under attack.
Yep, I found it. Even if I ran as soon as you said that.
So my minion doesn't body block autos? Just body block bodies.
Yes. Your
That's
decoy does
stupid.
not body block autos.
So it can't take an auto, but it can body block.
Your right tower is under
I wonder
attack.
if Ganesh
Your middle
can
tower
destroy your
has been
decoy,
destroyed. Your
because
right
it's
tower has been
technically a
destroyed.
wall.
Your
I
middle
don't know if he can
tower is under
destroy it,
attack.
but he'll run through it.
That'd be something to test.
Because he doesn't destroy walls that he runs through, like
Yeah, he
your
does.
wall or anything.
He does.
No, he doesn't.
He does.
He destroys them now?
Yes! That was one of his +1s when he came over.
So Yamoja, he can destroy her.
No, non-ultimate walls.
So Thor,
Yes.
Ymir,
Yes. On her.
my
On my blue.
Decoy, apparently.
Possibly. Alright, I'm out.
Yep.
An ally has been
I still only have one totem, by the way. I just want to say that.
Yep, that's my third.
You rat bastard.
Brother, it's not my fault you
I-
leave him up.
It's not my fault I keep dying to 3-man rotations.
There's nobody there.
killing spree.
Where's Morgan?
On my way down.
She's just afraid.
Oh, okay, good.
That's fine.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that.
Why is there a Scylla here?
Afraid, so they're
Anyone?
going everywhere else.
Low HP Scylla?
Yep, I almost killed her. And alive. And Morgan is not gonna help you at all.
So I'm gonna die no matter what, so.
No, he's not. You have help with Isles.
No fucking shot.
Still behind you.
No fucking shot. No fucking shot.
You're fine.
How do you just let me live there?
God, this Morgan's bad. I can care less if they tilt, they're just bad.
I was about to TP up the right lane. I'll still TP up the right lane. Maybe just going Mystical first would have been the plan instead of Golden. I'm trying to force Khepri into solo. I know he's not meant for it.
He works everywhere, man. It's just, you gotta find out.
Luckily ball.
Still behind.
Let's sort of dash down.
Yep. That is not body. Just It's the two biggest people on my team standing in front of me. Ah. All four of them are.
Oh, I don't even need spectral.
Should I hold down?
Yeah. Brother, Morgan, like, one thing to tilt, but they're just bad. They're not even playing the game.
The enemy
Like I said,
team has destroyed the gold fury.
You can't freak out and be tilted if you're dog shit. Like
I don't think he's even said anything this
That's
game.
what I'm saying. Like, they're just completely bad at the game. There's a difference between freaking out and being tilted because your teammates are being bad, like when I do it, but this person is just terrible. They're not good by any fucking means. Like, they don't know how to play their role. They never fought in a team fight when fucking Angelo and I are there. And it's a fucking 3v2. They make it a 2v2. And they just do this shit.
Team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Like, it's pissing me off.
Please
man.
just let me get one totem more.
Nope, it's mine.
You bastard, you rat bastard.
Pele.
And even my 2 doesn't clear the wave. Mitigations. Well, I'm keeping her out, I guess. I can't go in. Fuck.
This is ridiculous. We have no mid laner.
Or solo.
I mean, it's not your fault. It's just Kefri. It's not like, because you can actually play the role game like the god. It's just, again, like I said.
Your middle tower.
Maury, really?
Yeah, again, like I said, they literally don't know how to play the game. That's what pisses me off.
I thought that would reach. Ow.
Rampage. Your right tower is under attack.
Careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
Hey, I got a second one. That's our ult. Yeah. I do need to get anti-heal. Is the sad part.
Fucking Mori just does nothing, brother. Just looks at everything. They haven't done anything.
What's that?
They are little things.
Okay, I'll pick him up in a sec.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Why is our red phoenix under attack?
Because again, Mori just watched right lane under siege by 2 people. Just dipped out. So far behind, trying to help. Like, there's a fight going on right now, and they went for red buff.
Your middle tower is under attack. Rampage.
And then mitigations and some.
Oh my god, do anything, Morgan! Anything!
Your middle tower is
Fuck!
under attack.
You have ult! You can literally turn into anybody useful. It's you or not. God damn, this is what I'm saying, man. Like,
So you have to use ult.
she has, like I said, she double Loki ulted with me.
Your middle phoenix has
But,
been destroyed.
like,
An
that's what I'm saying.
ally
Like,
has been
turn into
slain.
somebody useful. So you can't play Morgan, apparently.
No, my totem.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Like, fuck, bro. It's not difficult to play this game. Because no mid.
Enemy missing left.
Okay.
Yes.
Stay put.
Useless.
Yeah, yeah. That's gonna hurt.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know why you're over there.
I was at Fire
No,
Giant.
Mori, not you, my
Okay.
friend. Because they're not doing anything. They should just be pushing the wave at least. I know what you're doing. That's also your side of the map.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh my god! Yeah, see, on her just like this is what I'm saying. Get me out of this game. What is these useless people? Like they want to run their mouth and then be
Enemy
completely
team has
useless.
destroyed the fire giant. Double kill.
Like, what is the purpose? You're dog shit, dude. Like, why did you open your mouth? I wasn't even talking about you.
Blue said, what's good at someone named Joe too?
Like, look how useful he is. He's in our fucking Phoenix that's already gone.
Your left
Instead of
tower
just
is under attack.
going for the tower with his support and jungle.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
So useless.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Oh, dead. Dead Mori.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down. Ultimate down.
Literally has 3
Oh,
levels
that's
on
all
it. You
ults.
need somebody to
Your
come
right
over.
Phoenix is under attack.
I'm out of the wall.
It don't matter. Okay, game. Okay, game. My ult didn't go off. Love it. We love to see it. Yeah, well.
Slider. Vicious.
Like, what is this nonsense?
Defeat.
Like, I literally fed on her in the beginning. I fed mid. I don't know what else I can do. It was insane. Blue, are you in lobby?
Be right back.
What up, Blue?
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh, I need to restart TikTok as well.
Yep, yep.
Yep, yep. Ugh. Either later tonight or tomorrow, I'll rotate my setup over to do it, because I don't think it's going to work.
I'm back.
Ensure the plugin is installed correctly. Check OBS on the plugin.
Boo, 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 boo. Wait. Well, I'm assuming everybody. You good to go, Yummy?
Yeah.
Blue. Shit.
Okay, so what if I close the dock and then open? I'm aware OBS. I've used OBS before. I am aware how you work.
Nah, you've never used it. What are you talking about?
It gave me the notification saying you can reopen this widget by going here. It's like I know. I've I've been here before. I've played these games before.
I've been here before.
Okay. Who?
Okay.
Not Mordred. Perk,
You say go Bracken?
maybe?
I mean, you gotta hit your 2 a lot.
Hitting it over and over again just reduces the cooldown. You need one to do it initially.
No, I know, but you said you wanted the 2 different forms of CZ.
Yeah, for the cooldown of it.
That's what I'm saying, but the knock-up, so, I mean, technically, you only won. Guaranteed.
Well,
honestly.
3 technically, because all 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, it can knock up, yeah. That's if you hit them with the initial impact. Not the, like, if it just rolls and hits them, it doesn't count. Bro, I'm surprised. I should have Ganeshed it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You guys should just never run with me again. I'm a scrub.
We know.
I
We
don't
just
pick
keep you
a
around for
broken
entertainment
OP
value.
god. You know, I'm just bad. Okay, Blue. Jesus, feeding a Kraken 60 times. One day, time at high tide. Jesus fuck. That's a weird tracker. I'm not gonna lie. So you, like that one's a weird one. So they have some things that are kind of like time at high tide. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Get my
Crazy?
sucker. It's crazy. Hydras. Let me go Hydras first.
Alright, I am against a Hades.
So I'll be over there.
I'm going Sunder. I need Secure.
I mean, we got double Sunder. We stay there, Blue. Let's go.
You wanna?
No, fuck.
I am perfectly fine pissing off a Hades.
It's not pissing him off. It's just literally putting him behind, honestly.
That as well.
Like, I mean, he has his 3. I mean, only one of us should use it, technically.
So level 1, it's 120. So it's 200. So both of us have 400.
I mean, their jungle should be. Okay. Get him.
Wow, you both suck. You both suck.
No, he hit me with his, which slowed me. Ah, fuck. I don't know why.
Okay, Merlin's here.
Get out, get out, get out.
Yep, I'm out.
Just this way, not run away. Because
Split up and look for clues.
Stays here. If mid stays here, he loses out a lot. Come on, go back, go back. Stop being a pussy.
Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, they're going.
What if we go like the long way around?
No, it's too long now. It's 15 seconds. Wait till they start it.
Remember, 400 HP for both of us. And they don't have Sunder.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure minions don't see me.
They're going. Loki. Alright. Here. Hahaha. His 3 is down. That's it. Alright. Go get your blue.
Yep, you can have that. Actually, do you want to just full clear it? I'll get wave.
Alright. Yeah, I was insane. He got double sundered. Like,
Yep.
he's not
I
surviving.
didn't even think about killing them. I was just thinking about getting buff.
Yeah, me either. He went into both of them. Blue. Good shit.
I shouldn't have any mana issues.
You want this blue too, blue?
An enemy has been slain.
Spread the blues. Oh, interesting. The door opening counts as god damage.
Yeah.
So it gives me a stack of my passive.
Has been slain.
Good shit, blue.
An enemy has been slain.
Loki here?
Yeah, careful. You're with the one person that's not in comms. I mean, he's not good, so you don't have to worry too much.
Hello?
Oh.
What's up, blue?
What's going on, guys?
Not much, you?
This is just a regular game, right? Because this guy sucks.
Yeah, this is
This is casual because we got 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is
Yeah. I mean, hey, no, blue, you're just better. You're just better.
I'm on the phone. I'm doing like stuff for work, and I was like looking at it. I was like, this guy is terrible. But whatever. I'm gonna go get your eye in the jungle.
All right,
I'll
go
wait.
for it.
I'll push it.
Push the wave.
Let's go to the wave first because it's coming up. He's not coming off the jungle. He's not coming off. Oh, do you get hit? Yes, he does. This guy's really bad.
Like I said, man,
I wouldn't do it. You're wasting. It's a waste, bro. You don't have enough damage.
Dashed, and I kill him.
I'm telling you, I was trying to tell him it was a waste, bro. It's like, you're not close enough, man. That's a waste of movement.
Yo, that was bad.
It's better to get the wave, man. You're wasting time or whatever.
Then he dashed, like, literally instantly, so.
Jab, their buff's about to come up.
Alright, I'll be there.
I feel bad for him because he's like not a bad guy. The guy clearly pays his taxes, takes care of his kids.
Are you sure?
Hello.
Maybe he's a shitbag, too. You know,
Angelo.
he deserves this.
Yo. I saw you in. I literally tried to click your name and I jumped in the party, but I was on the phone and I couldn't say anything. So I don't know if you said. I know you said hi.
Perfect.
I was
From downtown? Oh, the double tap! Oh!
I think he's rotating. I think my kid's rotating from mid.
You love to see it. You love to see it. That's. I need to
got
fucking.
Hades right when he was trying to get out.
See if I can bait his jump.
Yeah, you crippled him and everything.
Could have baited his
Yeah. I'm out.
Goodbye, my friend.
An enemy has been slain.
He's out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just post side, baby. Not to be confused.
Yep.
Post side, post side, baby. We do the thing. Do the thing over here.
Doing that thing?
This is the only that I like. Like out of all the.
Mid.
Actually, no, Vulcan. I should have done Vulcan. Vulcan is OP, bro.
Oh, I'm over
Like, no, Vulcan is crazy. I didn't know Vulcan did that. Like,
Doesn't even describe it, just he did that.
yeah, he kabooms you to pieces, bro. You can have it, you can be here, and then you can get Vulcan and not be here no more.
Yep.
Like, he really deletes. His 3 is crazy, especially if you get the shrapnel thing. The extra 30% of intelligent damage.
God damn, he heard
Damn
me.
it, I was baiting. I was trying so hard.
He heard me. Or they got
Oh,
a
that
fucking
sucks.
ward. Brother, get out of the fucking tower. Fucking pussy.
Ult in 5.
Joe said, well, finally got my motorcycle endorsement on my license.
Oh, good.
Should be fucked out pretty good.
Oh, he killed himself.
Double kill.
So I didn't need my ult to kill him, but I definitely tried to ult. You didn't know if I didn't have the mana to ult him, so I tried to
Joe,
ult.
we seem to be pranking just the slightest bit.
Yeah, see, this is what kind of happens when we like, especially we know each other. We don't have these randos fucking to carry.
Well, it actually works really well when the skill difference is crazy. Like they are completely not like in the right spot.
What am I missing?
Being the support.
Amira, is here.
Merlin. Brother, you gotta get closer to him. Take a skull real quick. Boop, boop, boop.
Alright, I have to back. I have 4,000 gold. I have not backed yet.
Yeah, what you call it? Oh yeah, he doesn't have Aegis. That's always good to know. I hate when I have Aegis. I always find out by ulting and not doing any damage. And
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
That's the worst.
I'm leaving. I'm not saying, guys. I'm prioritizing.
Oh, I thought Ra was coming. This way. Alright, going to Hades.
Okay.
Blue buff. Our second blue buff.
I can look at it.
Don't worry, I tagged him so I got extra mana. I have ults. I just have no mana whatsoever.
Alright, got it already.
Thank you.
It's yours.
Thank you.
Or Angelo.
Three levels.
I would like that. I still... Oh my god.
Here, let me help you.
Thank you. I'm backing and then I'm getting that blue buff. Please no one grab that. I need that.
Oh, never mind. I lied. Who's their Ra? Is their Ra their jungle?
There's a support.
Terrible.
Yeah. Their jungle is Loki, like ours. Well, not
I
like
am
ours,
14k ahead.
I mean, he did. We've just destroyed him so much.
There he is.
Yep. Man, come here!
Guys, I'm having fun on Herc.
Yeah.
I'm up against the Hades of all things.
Be careful, right?
I'll go to the mid. Actually, no. If you're not here, I'm not doing it.
Good bot. Very good bot.
Yeah, I don't like that.
An ally has been slain.
Well, he dashed, so he's dead.
Rampage. Your middle
Save
tower
Ra.
is under attack.
Never mind. He did not save Ra. I'll get him in execute range.
Do you want some?
Never mind.
Double kill.
Yeah, he
Nice job.
it's Loki and Merlin.
Your right tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Got him too.
Shut down.
Yo.
Oh my god, so much damage.
3 for 2.
Joe said, I like this Nightbot.
Yeah.
Herc? Yeah. Herc is a monster. Yeah, this game is over, my guys. It's 16-2. Like, this is over. They're at F16. If they don't, I have respect for them. And even if they do, it's
Oh, I'm missing. I'm choking. There we go. We're good.
You're choking and you still got him.
We gotta
I choked everything there. There's only one champion.
You got their blue, right?
Yeah, you can have it.
Power and strategy. Well played.
Okay. Minions didn't want to come with.
Oh, thank you, Father. Those 2 are yours. I got 2. You got 2.
Do I wait until I have another 4K? Ra's over here, by the way.
You're going nowhere.
Where the hell's Merlin? Oh, he's going right.
Be careful, right?
Oh, they're on
Your right tower is under attack.
Ward 3 shit.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Kraken is so disrespectful.
You really want to try?
Guys.
No!
Yeah.
No!
Oh.
Look at me. I'm just with Ra in the corner.
Like,
Bro, he's
Victory.
level 9.
Thank you for the follow on TikTok, by the way. I appreciate that.
that's the kind of GG. Way to play. That's hurtful.
Oh,
Yeah,
Gilgamesh
see, this
stepped in
is.
the back.
Nah,
Nope,
I
Gilgamesh
don't
is our
know.
guy. Lied.
Yeah, when the
Yeah,
Loki
lied.
at level 1 missed his 3 completely, I was like, well, and then he
Well, no,
literally
he
jumped in
tagged you
as
with it, which made you slow.
at the
Remember?
end. Yeah, he tagged me at the end, but like he missed you completely, and I mistimed it and got hit by the last second, slowed me, and I missed all of mine. But Hades didn't even try to fight there, so I was like, all right, yeah, we got this for
Mhm.
sure. And then, like you said, Loki got hit by both Sunders and tried to auto attack you because he had no ability. He used it on the blue buff and then just got stunned and died. And I was like, yep, yep, yep. Because I mean, Hades can't out secure us because one,
Not a GG, but
his
good luck in your next game.
yeah,
That's what
fair.
the Cupid said. Goddamn.
Select.
Yay, my tits are back.
He kind of got.
Yeah, there was a big skill diff on that one for sure. I wonder what they're. Let me check the tracker. Oh, carry, let's go. Who am I going this time? I'm trying to use Cupid more. Who's my support?
It's Angelo.
Oh, Angela, not doing part of this.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach myself Hercules because, you know, just true CC is good CC.
I love that. I'm gonna use
Trying to
Mordred.
learn Ganesh.
I love
Fuck
Mordred
that. I'll just stick
with
what I've got.
all the buttons. Mordred
I mean,
aspect is so much fun. I don't solo. I normally try to use like a Bellona.
yeah,
Instead of
aspect
but
Mordred is
Mordred
for
OP.
the it's weird because his 2 you lose the flat penetration and attack speed from it, but you gain increased cooldown, so it's weird.
I like it for the buttons. Like I like being able to
Mhm.
slow. I don't know what the little 3 does. I think the 3 does it bonus damage. His 3.
The bleed damage on it. Oh no, a Cupid, a Hades. Where have I seen this before?
Yeah,
Please tell me it's
I hope
not the same.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's the same Hades.
It's the same Hades.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I'm taking his blue buff again. That's my blue buff. It's my second blue buff. It might be Baron. No, Baron mid.
Baron is mid.
We'll see. Yeah. I'm going Sunder again. It's just fun.
Where? So I have to say, because I haven't been building defense yet, I haven't noticed anything good about Runeforged.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't.
Angela would know why that.
All right, Jab. We're doing big brain struts. We're going around the backside.
All right, let's go.
They will never suspect it.
Let's do this. But yeah, and then blue. You just take red by yourself again.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm just letting him know. I mean, if we get a kill again, then oh my god, it just sets them so far behind. I'm not going around that way. I'm just gonna go this way.
I know, but they'll never suspect me doing this.
It won't suspect me.
Oh,
Either.
I see Hades. He's below T1. He's coming towards you. Melee 2.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing middle.
I see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I space this right, I should be good.
I see her. She's standing by the rock, so careful. She's right here.
Oh, they know.
They know? They saw you?
Yeah, Hades saw me, definitely.
No, he's going to the jungle. That's fine.
Minions have spawned.
Nope, he's coming toward me. That's fine.
Angela, I'm not posturing for the purple. I'm gonna get the gold.
Oh, well, that's a kill on mid then.
No, he ran.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you guys just love bugging? I'll leave you alone. I won't mess that up.
I forgot there's minions. I forgot there's minions.
Yeah, there's minions. Of course there's minions. Come on, come on. They don't have Sunder. Okay.
That's his ability. Start, Someone start them up.
No! Kill her!
Okay, sounds good. Double Sunder.
Double Sunder. Yeah, she's dead.
Oh, that's her blink.
I got her.
I didn't hear that blink, so that might be a blink glitch.
Oh,
she did.
We had to zone
Good blue,
him.
good
Okay.
blue.
I will take this blue. You can take mine.
Oh man, I don't know what that that was, Angela.
I completely forgot that minions would spawn on that side.
was so
Oh!
We can't
Alright.
get it if he's thunder. He had thunder. We had to zone him, but we're gonna stay here forever and lose the wave. So it was like we gotta zone him.
Yeah,
I'll drop yours.
Yep.
that's me.
We got like, it was terrible. He just fucked around and stole our purple.
God, if he pushed back up, I could have plucked him
He's
into
level
the
2 because
minions.
he got that wave already.
You.
That works.
Oh, he's one. Oh, he's one.
We go to the inside. We try to get the yellow, but we're gonna probably die. You didn't come. All right, so that's gonna be bad.
I'm dead.
You're gonna die. Sorry.
Unfortunately, I did burn through all my pots,
gotta
but also
wait,
started to use, so that's good.
Headed to y'all.
Come on, man.
Has been slain. Double kill.
I stayed like
CC buffering really needs to make up its mind if it exists or not.
It doesn't.
yeah, back here. It's poked out too. That's the.
God.
All right, Angela, we back, baby. Let's do this.
Don't die.
Don't worry about the hug bug. Let's go for
under
this.
attack.
Grab anybody, I'll put the trap underneath. So let's just focus on the trap underneath your grab. That'll be our combo. He put wards already, so he's definitely warding. He's gonna come out from the right. It's okay, he's poked out. I got 7 seconds, and we just go after him. Just walk at him. If he stays in lane, 6 seconds. All right, we can get him now. You can grab him. I can get him out the way. Get the bucket. Come on, Blue. Ah, the stun saved his life. 6 seconds.
He's
6
backing.
seconds, 6 seconds. 6 seconds. Alright, let's leave alone. We can poke that enough. If we get a gank, then maybe.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Yeah, she's running.
We have wards, so we can stay back.
17 seconds.
Yeah.
Let's go get our purple. We'll just play it that way. Play off my kid. Drop the kid, get him out the way.
Careful.
Maybe
I'm fine.
maybe we won't play off the stun.
I'm less fine.
Maybe I'll play off the stun.
Wow, that burst damage was amazing.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let him like you bait him to grab you because he has to set up for Cupid. You're gonna get stunned, so you're gonna get grabbed and stunned. So make sure you have to wait the health for it. And I'll just put the trap under his grab. Because he's aspect, he's gonna be backing up. I might be able to grab him.
And all that matters is that Hades didn't get the kill. We can't let him get confidence.
Next wave. I don't have any mana for this fight. He has mana, he can dive in. Let's get the back here.
That's a slam. He's 5. He's in
He
the
dashes
bush.
on you again, I got him.
Yep. Let's see if I can force it.
Yes, I can.
Double tap. Don't need it.
Alright. Oh,
They're gonna contest this in a second, so we cannot lose this fucking fight.
Jesus fucking Christ.
On my way.
I didn't imagine the amount of damage.
Alright, so we got the inside camp. Alright, we're doing good. We can do it, man. I'm gonna back in a second.
I'm behind them.
Stand
If you
back.
guys want to go in.
See if we can get him. See if you can bait him to grab you. Oh, never mind.
Good ult.
An enemy has been slain.
That's his beads. Not really trying to kill him there, but
I'm getting out of here because I'm in a mana.
yeah, it's good.
Good grab,
That's
good gank.
literally, we got a kill and got beads. So I'll be back over there with my ult up.
Yeah. There's a Pele hanging out in my line.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna go get this last. I need to get 50 gold, so I'm gonna go right up to this.
Alright, she's running away. She's on the firelings.
That's fine. She's so behind. The hell? Okay. Don't die, Poseidon.
An ally was slain.
Fuck.
No, we don't have the Kepi. Kepri rotated out. He's not here. I'm backing him. Alright, that works. I'm gonna get my item and come back.
I'm teleporting.
Jesus, so sweet. I think he wanted as well. I can't see it.
Waiting for Hades to jump in. He's in that bush right there.
Slay an enemy.
Told you. You got it? Careful. Don't die. Don't die for it. Oh, you're dying for it. You didn't die for it. I'm back in. That seeing the fucking elephant peek the corner on me, I was fucking terrified because I've been traumatized these past few days.
You guys can make a play on Pele's on the left, so you guys can make a play in mid or right.
No, they did already in the right.
Yeah, I have a pile of corpses.
I'm coming.
Oh, I got double ulted. Crazy, double ulted.
Enemy missing. Your left tower is under attack.
Careful.
Double
Jesus
kill.
fuck, what the hell?
Rampage.
What? That was weird. It was like something came over the wall.
Yeah, it did look like something came over the
Your
wall.
left
Yeah,
tower
I thought
is under
but
attack.
there's a Cupid, so there's no way.
Yeah,
something came
but
over the wall.
I mean, he
I
has
know,
his
but
heart bomb thing.
I was watching it, so I did
Yeah.
see it. I don't know what that was. Did she
don't
throw it out
either.
the wall and they came in? I don't know what it was.
Enemy missing
And I was
middle.
watching the fight the whole time, so I don't know.
I was like, what the fuck was that? I thought it was like, wait, did Cupid throw it? But no,
The
heart
enemy
popped
team
up,
has
so I was like,
destroyed the gold fury.
there's no fucking way they get gold. What the hell? How? That was weird.
I got cooked in that
Enemy
fight.
missing.
Aggressively cooked.
Ah, damn.
That Pele is pretty good.
Nah, Pele's just
Bring minions down.
Yeah, but she ulted off his ult perfectly. Oh, get the boots. Oh, I'm not there, bro. Be careful, I'm not there yet. We don't have a. We don't have a word coming down.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay, game. That was interesting.
Oh, he dashed.
My minions are a little drunk, or my enemy minions are a little drunk.
Has been slain.
Jab, you,
What?
Okay. Who's making sure?
How'd my trap not get her?
I'm coming.
This game be messing with my emotions, bro. My chemical be all off in this game, bro. This is
Bonk. There's a Baron very low here. Wait, hold on. Okay.
Very low, so I had to get out. Alright. Oh, but love bug behind you.
And?
Yeah, I'm just letting you know they're there. That's it.
I think you forget, I'm fucking Hercules. Oh my, wait, Jab, I thought you were still here.
No, that's what the fuck would I be there? I got no health.
Oh, I thought you did.
That's why I said it.
Dumbass.
Why would I be there? No health.
I don't know where the button is in the
They're
Cupid
right.
is.
Double kill.
Dead.
Without me.
There you go, see? You had Angelo on the way.
I thought you were making that comment because you were here and you were staying.
Fuck no, I was there and then I was leaving.
Alright, let's see. Oh, what's this?
Okay, now I'm backing that I have another 3,000 gold.
Damn, double ulted again, yo. She was just sitting in the bushes. That's Pele ult and Cupid ult.
She loves you.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Be careful, middle.
Enemy ultimate.
Can we get some offensive wards?
Wards? We don't do that here.
An enemy has been slain.
Like a ward up this way?
Yeah, Sentry ward.
I'm just asking for the help because she's spending a lot of time.
Yeah, get Divine. That'll save you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
But the problem has been my healing. Absolutely, Hades.
Good luck on the gank from. Is he random? He's the
Yeah, Sidon is rando, yeah.
Oh, rando saved the day.
You're going nowhere. Be careful, middle.
Okay.
Ultimate ready, looking to come from downtown.
Damn it, dude. Just hard focuses. She's not good. I'm one shot. And that's what she did. Just dash in on me.
Come downtown.
Yep. And Hades.
You have slain an enemy.
Fucking hell,
You can't just miss Hades. I'm heading back to lane.
Get out, Angelo. Mid lane's going left.
1,000 gold behind him too.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. You're going nowhere. Be careful left. Enemies in the left jungle.
Probably gonna go for it.
Part of 4 assists. I ain't been inside of any assists. That's why. Oh, how's it getting more? Did they go fairy? My ult's
Yeah, I'm
down.
there.
Enemies incoming
Cupid
left.
beats are down. Coming up to you guys now.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
On the way up.
Killing spree.
Alright, free gold.
I'm gonna have a few good clips this game. Or this stream.
Yep.
Oh, he missed.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh yeah, I was like, brother.
Brother, I've been pinned.
Yeah, Kepri ulted himself. And then the Ganesh ult on Pele, she ulted into it. It was great.
Oh, fun.
How the fuck? Oh, that fucking aspect of his is stupid.
Be careful right. Be careful left.
His ult's down though, so we don't have to worry about either of them, honestly.
What?
Pranked.
Oh, there we go. Bro!
Baron no ult.
I missed the last 2
Baron no ult, you
items
say?
and died. Terrible.
Yeah, you use it on
Almost unfair.
God, I want to go back in.
well, if he's
I'm gonna go back in.
Oh, he ran away. He ran away.
Is he back
He
in?
has Vitalis, so his movement is so quick when he lands an auto.
This game's a little bit better than the last one, but it's still a wash.
I'm out.
I'm getting.
I'm just saying the way that
Our solo is dominating right now.
Yeah, I'm fucking girthy over here, man.
Oh, that sucks.
An enemy has been slain.
Ow. Lag spike.
You're going nowhere.
Thank you for the show.
Very
Or
low.
wait.
Very low.
Yeah. I'm very low, yes. Yeah, it's fun now. I'll take it. Alright, I'm out.
Let's kill this kid. He's still right behind me.
I'm downtown.
I'm the only guy who's lost the tower. Everybody has their tower down except for me. Fucking
Yep.
struggling.
Nah, not struggling. Just your guy is actually semi good on their team.
It's Pele. It's not really him. It's Pele that's been helping him out.
Put him in the dirt. Let's go. I'm here.
I'm gonna put some dirt in his eye.
I'm gonna put some dirt in his mouth. Make him like it.
An enemy has been slain.
I got one.
Oh, I'm going deep. I'm going all the way.
He's ulted.
Jeffrey. Yeah.
Oh, we needed to die.
Nah, you wanted to fucking mess with me? Can I ult?
Oh no. Can he handle the fight? Can he do it?
Oh, or blink.
Oh, you're not gonna make it in time.
Ah!
Made it.
Honestly, if I went blink this game, I think I would have at least 5 more kills.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
There you go. We got your tower.
Appreciate you guys. Team fights we do fine. Even in that fight, it was fine. I got ganked by, ulted by. I get double ulted by Cupid.
Himsay said.
Oh, did I? I pulled them out of the Loki. Yes, Insay. Hello. Yeah, Poseidon knows what I meant to say. I don't know what I said.
Hey.
Hello.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, he lives on 1 HP!
No way, bro! Oh my god! No! I went to that fight with full confidence. Full confidence.
Yeah, as soon
anywhere.
as I died, it was over. It was just chalked.
Well, it wasn't you. Honestly, it was Poseidon dying, and then you dying. That was the whole reason why. I mean, you pushed him away from Poseidon, and that's what kind of that fight was a wash after that. I shouldn't have even kept going. But then I saw Artie ult hit Baron, and I was like, nah, he's dead. I got him. But, yeah. It was 4 for 1. Or wait, did I get Pele also? Yeah, I think I got Pele. 4 for 2.
Alright, so let's ISO a little bit better. Like, instead of just taking these fights and throwing them out, like, hold up, start
Well, I just played off of you guys. I just saw your ult. Hurt. Come back.
Come check this out. You could just die.
Kept fucking ult.
I can't be there.
I'm out.
I'm coming towards you. They're chasing the shit out of you, bro.
Yeah, keep you.
Still behind you.
They can't get me. Hades.
Oh no. Hades still on you?
Yep, he just dashed in on me. He's running now.
Gotta get it together, because I literally... People die every day, B.
Yep.
Sorry, I would have made actual callouts there, but I was on the call.
So like just kind of, you're good on your initiate. You're too far ahead. The damage dealers are just too far behind to actually help you.
I am the damage dealer.
Okay. The fights in the jungle, you got where we're taking them at. Me and Poseidon are kind of corridored out, and they can just throw their abilities in that little walkway. So we can't really do much for you guys because
There's
we're
a
walking into damage.
Baron somewhat by himself.
Yeah. There's somebody over here, but we get him. Yep, he done.
Launch Capriel.
Just hit him. He doesn't have it.
Anyway, I started blasting.
We gotta do gold. We can do fire or pyro. We're all here.
Pyro. Or fire.
Fire. Rock. I have Sunder.
We have a Hades.
And? Hades is a corpse.
Hades and Cupid.
Not really the Hades so much, he's full damage. Not a tank. Just Kepri keeps ulting him.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Who's grabbing a dagger? Alright, homeboy got it.
I could take it, but I don't need it in the slightest. Yeah, take Pyro.
I'm back, homeboy.
Oh, you guys can back Ganesh anyway. You're low as shit. Alright, that works.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Get ready for gold, so we don't give him the gold advantage. I don't have a ward for it. I'll grab this ward.
You're going nowhere. Your left tower is under attack. The enemy
They
team
just
has
got it. That's
destroyed
fine.
the gold fury.
Backing now.
Ancient Fury.
Oh, I meant to get the big boy in there too.
Alright, so we should have prepared for whatever they're pushing to. Just get that fire giant.
Fuck you. Bad.
Oh, Baron behind you.
Melee ults. I got the Baron. Oh, you're dead.
That wasn't a good move to go by yourself.
Oh my god, that healing. Wait a minute, hold on. Jeb, did you see that healing?
Yeah, just go left. Just push it. Push left.
They're gonna
Yeah, I saw
rotate
it.
over. They're right here at the pole.
No, they're not.
Was
Nothing.
Cupid in right lane?
Over.
I wasn't paying attention.
No, he wasn't. I might have late. I don't know. Yes, Devon.
Oh, get
Yeah,
behind,
Devon,
behind.
but they got nothing. Hardy ult, and you guys got him. Poseidon didn't
Your
hold ult.
right tower is under attack.
No.
Also, I don't know. Blue, you should have turned as soon as they popped up. Like with the
We shouldn't have
Poseidon
been there.
and
at
Ganesh.
3v5 in the first
He
place.
went deeper into
It
the
was a
tower.
3v4.
We
And,
shouldn't have
like-
gone. We shouldn't have gone at all because we lost the number advantage. But I feel you. But we shouldn't have had to play that. You guys should have been with us as a 5v5 in the first place. But I hear you. But the better play was to be a team in the first place. There's no reason why us and Ganesh were walking down the left lane.
It's called split pushing, my guy. It's a viable thing. It's like I said, if they take all 4 to come over, or all 5, then you guys can get left
That
for
makes
free.
sense without fire. That makes sense without fire giant. It doesn't make sense without fire giant.
Oh, whoa.
That play on right didn't make sense.
Your middle tower is under attack.
How do
Jab.
you set up? What? Yeah, I saw that.
No, I was gonna say, this is me fighting with you.
What?
Attack left
You and Blue.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
not fighting. I'm saying what it is.
No, I know. It's this is exactly the same way me and Jab have our back and forths.
I'm
I
saying
fight
though,
more with
too-
Carlos, who I fight with the most. That guy gets under my
The,
skin. I love him.
It's like I said, I get it, but at the same time, it's like if he turns that 3v5 because they had no ults. Is what I'm saying. That
I was over there. Okay.
we got so much out of them that 3v5 wasn't even a 3v5.
It's not a win for that. No matter what.
It was. It would have been, is what I'm saying.
No, it was. There's no way to take a 3v5, to take a 5v5 with Fire Giant, make it into a 3v5, and say there's a win. There's no win in that. They won because they got rid of the 3v2 of Fire Giant.
Fuck.
Okay.
Damn it, Jab.
That's mine. All of it's mine.
Enemy missing.
all,
I said
all
that
your
it was a,
all your totems are belong to me.
all of
Be
it.
careful, right. Keep.
It's also Poseidon just slow roll. I don't know how the hell he's getting out rotated by a Baron. I'm out.
You going over, Angela? You going over to the? All right, I'll go right.
Bad idea.
Making friends again.
No, retreat.
I thought only 2 would rotate, and 2 I can handle. I can't handle
They all
5.
collapsed. As soon as the eye came up, I saw all of them. I'm out.
No, I saw them. I'm just like, oh, 2 of them are gonna come over.
Just keep giving them kills. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, gold
I'm
fury.
gonna put a ward up mid.
Do they actually have Exe? They do have Exe.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. been destroyed.
Both our front lines are dead from that push on
That's
right.
fine. They're not pushing.
No, they rotated the fire giant. Oh, they're backing actually. Baron's backing. Fire giant maybe, but they're definitely backing. Love to get eyes on fire giant.
Pele's coming in the jungle. Forward.
I need to see how much damage this.
Your middle tower is
Okay.
under attack.
Yeah. This guy.
And swoosh.
Just save his fucking life. Poseidon is terrible. He
100.
ulted nobody.
112 off Runeforge. I don't think that's worth it for once every 40 seconds.
No, it's not. Runeforge is not good. It wasn't good in Smite. It's not good here.
No, Runeforge, specifically Rune Breaking was good.
You guys kind of up there by yourselves for the damage, unfortunately.
Specifically Rune Breaking, because it made them take 15 and deal 15 less. And it stuck with them, like it marked them permanently.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a
I'm on my
middle
way.
enemy tower.
Ult's up in 9.
Taking its fight?
I'm looking for Kepri.
4v4, and then I get there and it's a 5v4.
That guy's going fishing.
Aww.
Oh no! Oh, the trap! The trap got it! The belated trap! Oh, this is great. No way we lose it. No way we lose it. Side kills no one. Almost has it. And leaves.
Not yet.
You can do it through the wall. Besides, you can do it through the wall. Good job. Good job, buddy. Good job. There you go.
I love how the fire giant has a little nose on him now because of that ward. Anyone else see that?
You're going nowhere.
It's not dinner time yet, hon. You can wait. Alright, I will feed you immediately after this game, okay?
Oh, he survives because we didn't group up. I called the group up. We could have killed him, Poseidon. You let me down.
There's a Hades right here.
Good job, Andrew.
Well, it's in left lane, so.
Yeah.
Do we use the
I don't know why I'm tanking, but okay.
My ult's down, so I can't do anything with the ult. Oh, watch
I hate
this.
behind boss.
I'm looking for him. I'm looking for both of them. Looking for Baron.
Dropping him. Got backwards on Hades. Oh no! Damn, they just flanked around us. Like, what the hell kind of... Oh, man.
Damn.
Killing spree.
Yeah. Runeforge, get the fuck out of here.
I don't think it was a room for that way. We didn't, like, have an ISO for anybody. You know what I mean?
No, just Runeforge hasn't been putting in damage.
I don't know if we did. Like, who were we attacking? Because I was just watching
Baron,
this walk.
like I said, the one that we killed, and then, because like Ganesh got him, I killed him, and then, yeah. But like you said, the rest of them just fucking went around and went
They
and got you guys.
Enemy team has
we
destroyed the
pushed in.
fire
They just
giant.
flanked us. That's
That's what I'm saying. We
gotta
had
start
an
picking.
ISO.
We gotta start switching. A good way to not let that happen to us again is to grab the one closest to us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Instead of
That's who
chasing
it
the
was.
Baron down.
We didn't.
That worked.
Like, it wasn't a chase. He was so one caught out, and
Let's
then
push your face.
Never mind, Jeff.
The enemy
just like I
team
said, you guys
has
were too far
destroyed the
behind.
Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
God, bro. The
Get
Blue
pranked,
Lake is
idiot.
a nerf. That's insane. Like, what the fuck?
Now, I'm curious if multi-charge abilities count multiple times. Like,
It does. That's why it needs a nerf. Is what I'm saying. Like, that shit was insane. They were at no health, and they went to
body block, body block, body block, body block. Mine.
I need anti-heal.
Be careful,
Right,
middle.
right.
But yeah.
He should not be going right lane. He should be going with us to Gold Fairy.
I mean, he needs to defend. Because they push right, they just get it.
Solo should defend the right lane, not what you call it, not our
They got oracles. Alright, blue, I'm gonna pick up these eggs.
She's around the corner. Wow!
Come check this out, kid.
Oh god.
That's what we needed him for the AoE.
Alright. I will be right back. I'm gonna go feed the dog.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
Lord, brother. You act like Kepri isn't right there.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your
And 10 seconds to spare.
under attack.
Are they going gold now? Fuck.
There's only one champion.
Oh, Hades did go home at Darkness. Interesting.
You have Spectral? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Does Angelo?
No.
No, okay. They got crit, bud.
And Spectral is actually good now. It actually reduces crit damage.
And she ran away. She stole red and ran. Ult out.
Yes. Enemy ultimate down.
Defend! Defend!
I'm just gonna
Are you
focus
defending?
push. I don't need to defend anything. You guys got that.
Enemy missing.
Your team has destroyed the
That's
pyramid.
it.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
We'll grab it.
I'm out. Yep. Figured they're coming.
Alright, I have enough.
There's only one champion.
There's only one champion.
What is it? That's ult.
Rampage!
Out of order.
We're coming, we're coming.
There's no point
Fuck.
going.
Oh,
When I say I'm
fuck
split
you.
pushing, why aren't we doing anything else? Like left, right, like mid.
Oh my god, fuck off, Bailey.
Looks like I'm going fishing.
3 ults. At least. No, Hades ult.
I love how they're spam lapping on me. As if that makes a difference.
We were winning the game, and then we're kind of throwing.
Ooh. Wait, I love how the Olympus Smite League is currently live on stream, and they're playing Mario Party.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Titan is under attack.
Also, blue no anti-heal. That's another Pele just fucking destroyed because like full healing off. Bro, that's like I said, Pendulum Blade needs to be nerfed. That's insane how she full heals from no health just with one fucking thing. Because then her one, she's able to just throw it out again and full heal.
Also, I was top damage that whole time. Jesus.
Well, again, it's hurt, my guy.
Well, yeah, but I expect like
Especially
mid or ADC to eventually take over.
nah. Especially not that mid, bro. They were just afraid.
Hmm.
They only ulted whenever Pele was on top of them. They never ulted like off of Ganesha, nothing. I never saw I ult and he didn't ult on top of the fucking Loki stun. So I was like, brother, he's afraid.
I thought the Poseidon did pretty good other than some of his rotations. I think some of the objectives could have been played more tighter.
That's what I'm saying. He's just playing afraid. That was it. There's nothing wrong with that, man. It's just people play afraid.
Yeah, it didn't
And
come
that
off afraid to me. It just came off like not
that's
together.
Right.
He
that's
did, the fights he had, I don't know. When I was fighting with him, he did pretty good. I got the ult off his ult one time for the Capri, that mid fight.
I feel like it's stomping.
Oh.
I didn't see a lot of the missed ults. I didn't get a chance to see.
No, I didn't. He missed, yeah, a couple when I was like I said, he missed in fucking mid. He missed all the time. I was like, brother, and then he was just playing afraid because whenever Pele would go toward him, he'd ult, but he wouldn't use his 3 first or anything. He would just ult, and I was like, brother, you're just playing afraid. But again, nothing wrong with it. It's just why he was not in a lot of fights. He was just playing afraid.
I can dig it.
But again, it wasn't like he wasn't terrible by any means, but he could have played better. I mean, obviously we all could have. But I think that guy plays a little bit of Vulcan.
It's a mirror match.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, Afro solo.
I think
Afro support. Yeah, that's a mirror. Mirror in the mid. Just find him better. Doesn't matter.
It plays a lot of Vulcan.
Yeah, a little bit. Thanatos.
Thanatos.
All right, let's do this aspect, sir. Actually enjoy.
Poseidon.
Yeah, Poseidon's one of my favorites. Easily one of my favorites. Do we do?
I'm not your jungle, by the way.
So. Okay. Bless you.
Okay, they're doing the eye start, it looks like. Okay, here I'll help.
I might try for a Shifter's Shield start, actually. Actually, yeah, if you want to just drop turret, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll drop that one. Thanatos is here.
Enemy spot.
Bless you. The dog is sneezing.
Thanatos this way.
Minions have spawned.
Brother, our Pele is just in, like, I don't know, in La La Land or something. They just let him run around. There he goes. Now he's moving behind you guys.
Get it.
I just gave you food.
No worries at all.
I completely missed him. He like legit hit me with the okie doke. That was crazy.
What was it?
He was right behind me, and he just cut left or towards mid. While I was cutting towards. Oh shit, my bad. I'm late. Let's get
Yeah.
I had to. Our jungle's stupid.
I don't think I hit 2 off this because you shared the minis.
So late.
Well, I mean, you normally do with the jungle sharing it. So
No, I know, but I know splitting it with you.
It's the same.
But I lost a lot of minions because I didn't clear fast enough. You can go lay down. You have no reason to puff at me. Shh. Lona went Warrior's Axe. Interesting.
Oh no, not me missing it.
Well, I found Thana. God damn. No, he was hidden in my bush over here.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Oh no!
An ally has been slain.
Oh no. Not even bad.
An ally has been slain.
Going to our backs. On our backs over here.
I'm guessing she's going Golden Blade first item, if I had to guess.
The fuck?
Gonna make it. I'm going around the back. Oh no!
An
You
ally
didn't.
has been slain.
I'm sorry. I moved. I moved to cut him off. And
Another Thana. I feel like this is racially motivated.
Thana going for Mulan?
Sure.
Your right tower is under attack.
They're on our what you call it.
Pele is terrible.
Damn.
An ally has been slain.
Stuck on the wall. It's tough.
Yeah, Pele is dog shit.
Yep.
Enemy missing.
I'm playing this side. It's been a while since I played this side.
Enemy missing left.
As the ADC. 2 levels down. I'll have to chill out.
Yeah, she got full Golden Blade already. Yay. And they got my blue.
At all.
But I got my rocks.
Enemy missing middle.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh damn, that actually worked against me.
Enemy missing.
Oh my god.
Killing spree.
Smoking king.
Yeah. Our fucking jungle is just doing nothing. Going back mid, I guess. I don't know what the fuck Pele's doing. They haven't been in a single fucking fight.
They're level 7, we're level 4.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We're getting our shit put.
Hey, you better fucking gank that lane.
I mean, if you look at it though, outside of the first loss that they were level 11, their jungle has been beating our ass. Even this jungle beating the shit out of us. We ain't had no ult though, so I don't even hold it. I don't even think they really winning like that. We ain't got no ults. I don't even got my
The
full
jungle's
item.
not even that. They're only level 6. So you guys, if they come over again, you should kill them.
I needed an ult for that last ability. I didn't have enough damage to kill those guys.
Oh, I killed myself.
Good.
Yep. I 3'd onto Thana to try and save her. He had already thrown his 1, so I just pulled myself to him.
Yep.
I want my first item at least, because she's
This Vulcan just ulted nothing.
Enemy missing left. Help middle lane.
Help middle lane. What for, bitch? I'm fine. You do something in any lane.
You said enemy missing as well.
Not missing, so I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Enemy missing left was the goal.
That's what I'm like. I don't know why she's calling out shit. She's a shit jungle. Shut the fuck up. Play your role. Stop calling shit for people that are completely fine. Like, fuck. I seen Afro. My god. That's Afro ult. Vulcan beads.
And ults.
Tana's ulting you. Okay, that's good. Get out. Get out.
Your right tower is under attack.
God damn it, you guys are good at this shit. Come on back, mama. Come on back. Aw, one tap.
Why she didn't go Death Storm? That's what I'm most confused about.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's all die.
Your left tower is under attack. Tank left lane.
On my way.
On my way.
Yeah, I don't know why she's mid now.
Wait.
Now she wants to be mid.
Back up.
She should be dead.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ult's down, man. I can't do much for you guys.
An enemy has been
Enemies have
slain.
returned to base.
Enemy missing middle.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
On
Damn.
my way.
On my way.
She left.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh shit.
That's enough.
The thing is, I want you, but I also want Ana.
Oh my god.
What?
Support's always fucking here. Something's always there fucking here.
Their support or our
Can't do
support?
anything. Their support. And then, like I said, our jungle
Your
just
right
does nothing
tower is
about it.
under attack.
Go on.
I got my blue.
Oh, come on. That's crazy work.
Brother, our jungle can't do that.
What the
Damn
fuck
thing.
is so? What?
Well, didn't even go aspect below me.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Losing battle.
They're coming towards you.
I know.
Yeah. The Thanatos, since, you know, shows that you're... He's ulting, he's ulting, he's ulting.
That was nothing I could do about that.
Come on and hit me.
Nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why are we
Your
quitting?
left tower is under
That's the
attack.
jungle.
Hit me.
Shall I range?
Oh my god, Ching Wei here?
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay.
An ally has been
You
slain.
just delete you?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm out. I'm fucking done with this game. Next time there's a render, I'm voting yes, because this is pointless.
Not in vote at all.
An
Yeah, because I'm
ally
like,
has been
I'm voting
slain.
yes.
Killing spree.
Yeah, I did just soon.
Like I said, I voted no, but apparently, yeah, I mean, the jungle definitely started it, and they're the reason we should surrender. So yeah, maybe next time, because how the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, this is fucking useless game.
All right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, we're all losing lane except for like.
No, I'm losing too.
Exactly. So I'm like, I know I'm losing because again, I'm like the jungle support is always in my lane, and then.
And a
Our
triple
jungle
gank to me
hasn't
back to
done
back.
a single time. I haven't seen him gank once. Anywhere. Like.
Come on, bro. Bro, stay over here.
Yeah. Because like I said, our jungle isn't doing anything.
Oh, you're in the way. Angelo, I was trying to get around you.
There we go.
Yo, do you have Stampede?
Yeah.
You
No,
have
I need
Stampede?
to.
Yeah. So I had Stampede. I'm running. I couldn't get around your big ass. You fucking big body. You big body bitch. Get out of the way. It was like the perfect.
I ulted this game, but okay.
I mean, I could have stepped around you if I paid more attention. I'm running. I'm like, yo, why is he not running? We have to fucking go. There's like 8 people here.
Assuming she has ult.
Your left tower.
No, her ult's down.
Way to buy a bucket.
Load.
An enemy has been slain.
Way. Please tell me there's a blue buff. Oh, thank God there's a blue buff. If you can't tell, I hadn't had
Thanos
much.
coming.
Yep, I'm here.
Left tower is under attack.
No, I'm
Hit
backing.
shit.
What are you booping at?
Don't touch the wave, Angelo.
You going crit? He is going crit.
That's fun. I just was gonna fucking what's gonna call it, freeze lane, but no point now.
Why is there an afro?
Because again, like I said, our jungle isn't stopping anything from happening. If we can
The
gank left.
enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your right tower is under attack.
What? I just walked into that?
Gank right lane.
Oh, he was gonna do that.
Alright, well, take this.
Oh, I ganked right lane.
Your team has
Okay, I love how that went through people.
an enemy.
God, I wish I had that
Keep
kill.
pushing. King. Running.
Enemy ultimate.
Oh my God, spread out, you bitch.
Yeah, just keep going.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh no, it's an evil Vulcan.
An ally has been slain.
Please, cast the damn ability.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Yeah,
Unstoppable.
definitely need to get out of this. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, Angelo, pop it. Angelo, pop it.
I can't cancel it.
That's weird. If you hit it again, it won't cancel it or like fire it.
I feel like it's
Normally I do right click and it cancels.
Yeah. That was weird. Cause yeah, I was like, okay. He's just taking.
We got our me and Angela got our shit pushed back in that lane, bro. They were taking our camps, our side camps, our purples.
What's frustrating is, like I said, if I'm jungle, our mid can't do a damn thing. And then if I'm mid, our jungle does nothing. And it's fucking irritating. Like, you guys are all playing your role. Yeah, like but again, it was Thanatos that came over there and just kept shitting on you guys.
No, the what you call it? Actually, no, I was down to Thanatos a lot.
Yeah. Like, I
Jean
mean,
Wei
it's a
got
3v2.
She
Yeah.
got 8 kills though. She was killing me too. But Thanatos.
She was like, yeah, he would ult you and then she would kill you, wouldn't it? Or like stuff like
Oh
that.
no,
It
she was
was just,
definitely getting out on me too. Like I was out of position twice. Like I got what's his name killed once because I was out of position. It was I gotta run that back. I can't let that be. That can't be my what you call it. My Poseidon game for Angelo. I feel bad.
well, Angelo can't pick Ymir anymore because goddamn,
Nope,
that
I'm not picking
that ult was just not it. But yeah,
What happened with an ult? I didn't see what happened with it.
Like, he couldn't cancel it. He couldn't. You know how if you cancel it, it
Oh,
fires early?
yes.
It wouldn't let him.
So there is a current bug with that, and the fix for that is not to cancel it or to left click it, but to refire the ability.
So yeah. Like,
so hit ult again. It's dumb. It is very dumb. Allegedly, I don't play Ymir, so I don't know exactly. Allegedly,
I mean,
that's how you
Ymir,
fix
but
it.
I never have ran into that bug, so. But yeah. Yeah, see, this one's like today wings bullshit.
What is this, a solo back?
Probably.
Ooh.
I was Starry Blade. Me and Poseidon twice. That's why Lenithia Jenkins.
Maybe. I mean, honestly, they are better in the other roles. Sunder, let's do this. You don't have to. I mean,
That's a terrible. She is.
No, I'm thinking about what I'm doing. Oh, I'm against Poseidon. Ugh, even worse. Cringe.
What?
I'm against Poseidon.
Oh, yeah, I'm stealing.
Because mid Yamoja.
Taking it. Take mid him. What the flying fuck is going on?
Because she's aspect.
That's still dog shit.
He's not going aspect. Neith isn't, so... No, I'm talking about... And it's not solo back, it's support.
Poseidon.
Yeah.
Poseidon.
Yeah, so they don't have an auto attacker.
Poseidon can be auto attack.
Can be, isn't. He's not aspect.
I mean, he's a solo, so it's
You can still do.
Yeah, he still can, but.
Still build him. He just doesn't have the aspect.
Yeah, but I'm thinking in terms of buying Shell versus Sunder here.
I mean, Sunder for
Shell for Yamoja's ult is the only thing that could fuck us up. Yamoja ult into like a.
Yeah, but it's on a lower cooldown than her ult.
Yep. No, we're not going further. Okay.
Are we?
I mean, we both have Sunder. I thought we were.
Okay. Fuck it, we both.
Minions have spawned.
Let's just stay right here.
Oh, I gotta watch YouTube with the kid later.
How much longer on the fucking thing? I can't see it.
Why does it sound like something in the fire giant pit is slowly licking stone? That's what it sounds like to me. Just sounds like, oh.
How's that? If you want to suck dick, do that shit on your own time. You don't want to hear.
Moving speed, moving speed, moving speed, moving speed, moving speed, body blocking.
They clear that shit super fast.
Yeah, sorry.
We're good.
Good shit. Boop, boop, boop. I'm going toward the red.
Yep.
Bye, Mojo.
Oh, wait for the grass. I like it.
Okay, now we can go get mine. Yay! Yippee even.
Oh, we should have went for the inside camp. We fucked up. She left for it already? She did. She's going for the camp.
Coming for Poseidon again? Oh. Interesting.
That's good to me. I'll go
6
low.
seconds.
Want gold?
Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back.
Alright, I got a full wave here,
Alright,
so
my abilities are
I'll
up.
let
We got
you.
Your middle tower is under
Where's your grab back up, Angela?
It's now.
Alright,
Okay, I got my pluck.
He's running up.
Not anymore.
Bleeds.
Please bleed.
Oh,
Hey!
Alright, I won't take that. But I will take this wave then.
That's fine. I'm fine splitting a wave.
I have to tax something. I have to tax something.
Yeah, we're not getting a cooldown tax going. That's not a thing.
I mean, I enjoy it on Loki. I'm coming left.
What?
You really didn't want you coming left, huh?
Oh.
There's no way!
He's dead.
Fine.
killing spree.
Bailey!
Poseidon's 1 HP. Again.
You're welcome, Angelo.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for all the times I left you around the corner. It exploded! Oh, it didn't work!
Poseidon, I don't think you realize I outrange you.
It's here.
Oh shit, run.
Pick it up.
No mana. No, I have no mana.
I'm good. That's her bead.
That was
Sorry.
fucking interesting to watch. Jesus.
GTFO. Okay, don't know why that.
Double kill.
Mid, do something. Love it. Love it. Do anything. See what I'm saying though? I literally, I don't get mid.
Okay, but also
This-
we're in a 4-man stack.
Right,
So
that's what I'm saying. But every one that I am not, like if I'm mid, cool, we got mid, but we don't have a jungle. When I'm jungle, we don't have a mid.
yes.
It's just,
So
it's
the
just
whatever
Bro,
one we don't
she
have.
She literally ganked it like 2 minutes into the game. Like that's.
yeah, as a mid laner.
He's
That's
on
all.
the jungle?
Yamoja's a mid laner. That's what I'm like.
See it. Who's this?
That's
What are you
Villa.
doing back here, man? Get out of here.
This was like, bro, he didn't move. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get it, but he didn't even leave his lane. He literally did nothing.
Your middle
Like,
tower
Yamoja
is under
just
attack.
free roamed away,
Yes, I was up.
and that's what's fucking annoying. Because honestly, if Merlin rotates, we get them all.
I stole its blue buff again.
Abnormal amount of time. Ult's up? Oh wait, I don't have an ult. I have an ult because I'm still level 4.
I can over. Soldiers.
I'm an ult
There's
man.
no way you stay in lane against me.
Now he tries to do something.
Yeah, you don't get the farm.
Oh, not our jungle is.
Enemies have returned to base.
I gotta go.
Enemy missing middle.
Oh, they got my rocks. You can have.
You got their blue, you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't do enough damage to the Sobek. Let's just prio the Lethia going forward.
Be right back.
Oh no, he's like doing the Lord's work.
An enemy has been
I'm backing
slain.
out. I'll be back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Stay safe. I'm not gonna be able to go up there like that anymore, because that's the second time he's grabbed me.
Missing right.
Thanks.
I'm out.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
It'll be fine.
He dashed through.
I'm gonna come left again.
Your left tower is under attack.
Go right.
They're not gonna ult? Yes.
Did he get away?
Not for long.
Slay an enemy.
Oh, there's a Pele.
She has an ult, but if she can run
I'm bringing it to you. Please ult. Something.
anything.
Yeah. Anything. Please. Door stuck.
Come on.
Every way for you. Poseidon did not get an assist. Good.
I'm going.
Oh, he got TP up.
If you want to put him back in the ground, maybe put some dirt in his eye, maybe... I don't know, remove a few kidneys.
Oh, he's going to his blue. My blue, I mean.
Ultimate's ready. I'm coming up the lane.
I stole it.
Good job. Don't die. If you die, you're dead.
Crazy.
Yeah. Oh, shit. I'm gonna die to tower.
Oh, he doesn't know. Oh, I'm gonna get her. Or I'm gonna get Poseidon at least.
An ally has been slain.
Excuse me.
Slay an enemy.
It is all right.
It is all... Ooh, free red.
Die to Phoenix.
Angelo, you want a piece of candy? Nope. That's for you. No, I don't need it.
I mean, you do more with it than he does.
I do, but I don't need it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Not about the money. It's about sending a message.
Money.
Really cool, so we'll always make it better. So this is clearly a wait. They are waiting to kill me. No business walking up the lane. I'm just gonna die.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, I'm here.
You getting my movement speed?
No, that's on me. I should have not fought then. It was a pointless fight. She had ult, so yeah. Brother, Pele ult needs to definitely get nerfed. That's insane how much lifesteal she gets off of it.
That's her passive.
That's what I'm saying, but it's also the passive with her ult up. Because her passive isn't that good. Like,
Her passive is what gives her lifesteal and power.
right.
Her
Then when she ults,
ult is just
it
AoE.
goes, and it's also a massive power spike. It's a, like I said, it just needs a little bit of nerf. I'm not saying like make it unusable, but brother, she had no health to go to full health just because she ulted. Like that's kind of dumb.
I hate playing against mages in solo. So boring. Plenty of corpses, but boring.
Okay, why the fuck is their whole team here?
An ally has been slain.
Get out of this game. My mid is so trash. Like he sees me on the map, and instead of coming toward me, he runs to them.
Yeah.
Be careful, right?
This is what I'm saying, man. Like this is, I hate it. Like, what is the point of the mini map? Like, pay attention.
So what'd you say?
Enemies in the left
Angelo?
jungle.
Palace coming to you.
Alright.
Coming left. Probably coming for perp.
I'm rotating.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, does Warriors Ox? Oh no, it says damaging. Weird. Okay. They just need to fix the tooltip.
Yeah, she's running now.
Enemy missing.
That's Zenith beads. I'm back. I'm useless here.
An enemy has left the game.
What? Yamoja leaving again?
So back.
No, man, Yamoja leaving lane again. And that's
Oh,
why
I
he was
didn't
saying
know.
be careful. Because the last time she rotated, he didn't even call it out. He just let it be. At least he called it out this time. Be careful left. I saw Sobek leave. I don't know why. It's probably internet.
Possibly.
Like, this Pele is dog shit. But they're 2 levels above me. Yeah, I'll take a fight. So it's Poseidon's in the dirt. He can't do a damn thing.
Yeah, he's got some dirt in his eye.
He went
Hey,
zoom
damn,
over
guys,
first.
I'm right here. Like, Jesus Christ.
Not you guys. The solo Poseidon. Enemy
The
Poseidon.
one that
You're
doesn't
doing
matter.
good.
Well,
You're above. You're up.
I'm not even looking to do kills, to be honest with you. If he took the fight, then
An
maybe.
enemy
But
has
I'm
returned.
low key chilling. I'll take the wave.
Watch over me.
get the fuck out of my lane.
I don't know why he's still like even trying. You're 100 0 him all the time. I'm gonna do a C emoji again.
Like, he beads my pluck into, like, a good combo. But it doesn't matter because I'm Mulan.
Yeah.
There was 2 in that lane, but now there's 1, so be careful middle.
Be careful, middle.
I'm going so bad.
Sounds
I'll
good.
keep leaving.
I'm just getting my
Keep
camps.
going, push, attack right lane. If you didn't rotate, if you didn't commit to the, you guys get back to it. If you didn't commit to the rotation, you guys could have kept going right lane.
I'm coming in.
He just plucked me, so he has no dash. Poseidon here. Well,
Where's Poseidon go? There he is.
I'm not taking that fight, guys.
Go for it.
I'm out.
I'm not hating Shifter's shields. Not loving it, but not hating it. Especially with the health regen builds.
Brother, this Merlin is on your nuts. Alright, I'm back.
Oh, needful.
From across the map.
Direct hit.
And get me a minion in the tower.
Enemy missing.
Careful, they're all coming
Yep,
to
yep,
me,
yep. I got it.
I have my ult.
It should be fine, but remember it is a Sobek. He missed his 3. Use it on you. Never mind. Come.
Your right tower is under attack.
It is all right.
And there we go.
I don't see her in this lane at all, John.
Yeah. I'm going right. There she is, finally. No. Bro, she pops up for the wave and then disappears.
Like, instantly disappears.
Like,
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. She's
Mhm, mhm.
in the fuck out.
Poseidon's on his back camps. Alright, never mind.
Okay. Yeah, no, I had plenty of money to spend.
I know. There he is. Let's see if our second.
0-7, and he's still in the game. You know what? I gotta give it to him. He's not surrendering.
Is he? Is he? Is he though?
What the hell is this?
SSBs.
Bro, I was just here. Bro, there's 3 of them in left lane. What the fuck is Juice?
I'm sorry, did you say what the fuck is Juice?
Bro, what the fuck is Juice? Like, I literally was in lane, minding my business. Whole fucking
That's
squad
sweet.
of killers.
Did you just fucking take my wave?
Yeah.
Look at them, they're all here. A million.
I love how
a million people on the
unapologetic you are about it.
Of course. My wave. I'm going mid.
Okay. I'll knock down T1, get us the gold.
Ooh, I see that. I see that, Angelo. I see that, Angelo. Big brain. What's up with big brain?
Your middle
I didn't
tower
waste
is
my
under attack. An enemy
These, I don't know why.
has been slain.
Can I get the tower? Oh, I like that. Get the tower, big
Good
dog.
dog.
Do it.
Oh yeah,
Get the
baby.
tower.
You're just having fun over there, ain't you?
Yeah, see, my ult worked though, baby. Yay!
Ooh,
I was
yeah!
real about that life till I got here.
E-minor, alright! Have some movement speed on me.
He's running.
Not for long. Hey, bitch.
He's going. Gotcha. Fire? No.
No. You're too low.
Pyro.
Power.
Power though, we can do.
So I've noticed that you can actually walk away from...
Can we bring it back towards this side?
Well, I had to get out of I was dying. Surprised they didn't just go to the
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Yeah, I'll get this red real quick.
I'm definitely
I instantly forgot what I was gonna say.
You got it. I'm just gonna probably drop it.
Well, yeah, I'm dropping it. Not picking it up. I don't do that to mid laners.
I don't do that early games. Like right now, we're still kind of like.
I just never do. Just because I hate it as a mid laner, I can't do it. Like also, if I, as a jungler, if I expect my mid laner to be an AoE fucking killer, and then I take more damage away from them, that's insane.
I can't pick that up.
Not take that. It's fine,
Your
I'll
left
take it.
tower is under attack.
Oh, hey, look. Piece of food.
Oh shit. It's your baby.
Say again?
So back.
Oh, she dumped away from my ult.
You have slain an
I hate that she does so much burst damage. It really kind of pisses me off.
Neath or...
Yes.
I hate that Neath does a lot of burst damage.
Taking aim.
Neath ults.
Direct hit.
Oh, he should have flicked me towards tower. Okay. Angela, free blue for you.
Yeah, push that tower.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, I'm gonna come up.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna ward that purple.
Welcome.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
We're mid now. Oh, Pele's here.
Again, I'm not loving shifters, but I'm not hating it. I feel like the power and protection should be per level.
He's ulted.
Sobek's TPing. I'm TPing with him.
I'm out.
Oof.
Never
Ah,
mind.
Never mind,
you
there's
should've
free
ulted
wave.
that, bro.
You're good, you're good. It's not your fault.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm TPing over.
An ally has been slain.
It's a little late. Wow. Poseidon? I mean, not Poseidon,
Merlin, he
Merlin.
got ulted and runs away. And he's dead. Nope. Never mind.
wow.
Alright, Angela, you good?
Yeah, I'm coming
I
to
didn't
you.
even ult. I didn't ult that whole fight.
No, you're not. You're
Kind of
running
wrong.
away from him.
That's fine.
Okay.
But I meant also
Oh,
the
I
was running away from
heard-
you also. So
Well, no, I was going after the one that was at 1 HP. I thought that they might stick around and, like, be greedy.
Definitely.
yeah, he ulted the Merlin and took it to run.
He's dropped an ability nowhere. He hasn't even thrown an ability yet. Does he not know he can throw an ability while he's in the ground?
Nope. He does.
Wait, what?
He KS though.
Wait, who are we talking about in the ground?
Merlin.
Merlin was looking at the Sobek while he was trying to execute you. He just looked at it until he came out of the ground. And he like, oh, hell at him. We could probably break off and get Pyro.
Yeah, I'm going.
Probably should get mid lane T1 first.
It's already. It should be dropped
Yeah,
before.
I just wanted to verify.
Yeah. I was like, brother, push that. Just for
Yeah.
that.
I cannot pick this up.
I can.
Oh, let's posture for that fight when they rotate A.
Your team has destroyed
One
the
out to the
pyramid.
outside, to the grass.
Careful.
2 squishies. 3. 2 drop the kit.
That's her beads.
I have a lot of money. My ultimate's down. Sobek's right
Shell.
here.
Oh, my shell lets me out. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Good grab. Oh, made it off the damage. Oh no! I'm out. I'm out. Somebody go walking right out. No! Fuck.
Pressing buttons. I am pressing buttons. No, my buttons! Alright, I'm back in.
We don't have a Merlin.
You love it every time.
What is this?
Arena, clearly. You didn't keep for arena?
Arena and mid. I never do.
Your left tower is under
It's arena with extra steps. That's what this game mode is.
No, I'm looking at Merlin. I'm watching Merlin play.
No, don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, it's probably a bad idea.
Bro, I'm watching and I don't understand. It's not real. It's not
He's
real
not real life.
people.
He's an AI.
right tower
Yes.
is under attack.
Be careful.
You can have this again.
Yep.
Your right tower is under attack.
Should kill? Hey. Dude, I have 4k gold.
3K.
I just don't need to spend it because I am 3k ahead of my lane opponent.
There we go. That's what I like to see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that wave did not save you,
Yeah.
bro. Every time she tries to get away.
I'm coming.
Come with it. Come with it, little mama. You lucky. This ult was intact. If this ult was intact, you'd be dead. You lucky my ult was on your girl.
Oh, Poseidon, please tell me you're dumb enough to step up.
There's no
Oh,
way
he's
this
dumb
is
enough to
run.
step up.
I hate it. Alright.
You're still getting hit. You're still getting hit. You're still getting
Yeah, I
hit.
know.
Your team has destroyed.
Oh,
the
come
left
on,
enemy's
brother. I know my damage numbers. I was like, not even close, and I got a. I was like, damn. Now I look bad.
Oh, boys, I'm making friends. Oh, it's just Sobek.
Yeah, he just used it on me.
Good job, Sobek. Neithel.
Give you
Oh, yeah, it should be fine momentarily. Okay, I'm out.
Can we group before you guys do the up the lane push next time? Just so we can all be together?
Wait, hold on. Poseidon will never expect it. Well, apparently Pele is the one that will never expect it. That's gonna be worth so much money for them.
Bye, my friends. Alive! Take
All
the
right.
damage!
I am buying
Oh,
2
you
full
died?
items off this pack, by the way.
There's no way. This has to be. Oh, I'm out.
I died with 5,000 gold in hand.
brother, her healing.
Nobody
Pretty
died.
brawlers.
Nobody didn't die. That's some kind of AI.
The unknown. Killing spree. You are delighted.
gonna die because they're gonna get ulted. Ah, I got ulted. Ah, I should have just left.
Meanwhile, I'm just watching Neith and Merlin. Oh. They're using abilities in each other's general direction. Let me say that.
I got ulted. You telling me if he was fighting the Merlin and I got ulted and died while she was fighting Merlin?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Well, get me the fuck out of here. now I want to leave.
Nah, Merlin was just that trash. He just said, nah, you're not a problem.
Nah, he's gonna do his own thing.
I finally had a good fight. And I couldn't leave the wave. I had to clear the wave. I could have just left.
Enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under
They're going. What's my
motivation?
No, my biz defense. I can go Nemean, I guess, but Feed Shell, Poseidon ult.
She's gonna jump back.
That was interesting game.
They drop her kit and then jump back. She's very combo oriented.
She ran. Just yeah, we can go good goal. That's it. Just free.
Hey, good. Put me in tower.
Oh god, no, not this again.
Good, man.
Still in.
Yep.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
That's your beads.
Nice.
I'm out. Got gold. There's no point in fighting nothing.
I'm not anti. Going pyro.
Alright, pyro.
Yeah, I'm keeping Poseidon zoned.
I don't have a ward so I go pyro.
Let it.
I can't take this.
Okay, let's push him. I'm gonna defend left.
I'm proxying. Apparently. Because Poseidon is so terrified of me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's crazy. Anyway, I want you.
We get shelled? We didn't get shelled.
Well, Angelo had ult, but he used it on self. I'm dead. Don't give it to the Sobek. Anyone but the Sobek. Thank you. Please, damage. They're so low.
You have Merlin, who's full health, full mana.
Just now he's going in for some reason. So
I don't get it,
go.
just
Retreat.
Situational awareness is like A1.
Non-existent.
No, it's A1. It's top tier.
So back
He does
dashed in.
more intense damage to these camps.
Oh, what? That was within range game.
You have to go back to the fight.
I just got here.
I'm gonna get plucked. I'm going for a walk. No. No. You can't keep letting me get away with it. God, I want to go back in. God, I want to go back
I
in.
was like, what the fuck? How did I get knocked up?
How much she got? How much she got? How much life steal does she have? Someone tell me.
Let's see. She has
Too late.
30.
Need ult. Please. Yes. Pranked. No!
Oh,
Pranked.
this bitch got away.
That's fine. You got everyone else.
She left, bro. She left.
Use those to get fire. All right.
How was that?
Fire giant knocked you up. Like that. Quicker, quicker. I don't want Yami to have it.
What? What'd you call me? Oh, Merlin got it. Boys, if we're gonna complain about the Merlin, why would you go Titan's cock? What the fuck? Why?
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Who?
Poseidon, Titan's cock.
Because he's an idiot.
Like, if you want that, like, second item, maybe, and you were the actual either ADC or mid, because you were fighting around your team, maybe I could understand it. Not when you're 0 in 14.
Hey.
Are we gonna take that gold?
Gold? Yeah. I got Sunder for it. What the fuck? Bro, why does it ignore me?
What?
The gold fury. Like I'm attacking it.
Did you use your one?
The gold fury.
I did not. That's what I'm saying. I was like using my 3. And it,
Alright,
like, just
bring it low. I'm gonna TP over.
Shut down.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
They're coming mid.
Shut down.
As long as Poseidon doesn't get a kill.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your left tower
Merlin
is under
died.
attack.
He needs a dagger.
King of my desires.
Slain an enemy.
See the last one left.
Oh!
Going off there?
Hey. I mean, we could do an objective. Never mind, there's no objectives to do. Looking specifically for her, because I want to build his stats. Oh, I love when tanks just do this. Just keep switching out and resetting the tower.
Careful. They're all coming up.
And they're the ones that are hurting. Ah, damn.
No.
Why?
No.
Why?
Because they're all spawned. That's why. Pay attention. Please.
If I've learned anything from playing her,
Yeah. Should have learned playing with her.
if I've learned anything from playing her, I can do no wrong.
No, you definitely did wrong in that game. I don't know what you're talking about.
Side note, they want to get out.
They were just getting stomped out every fucking way.
Victory.
What was Poseidon? 0 and 16. Oh, that feels so good.
Poseidon was 0 and 16. Jesus Christ, was that their mid?
No, that was a solo.
What did they build? Oh, they just built mage.
Not
Oh.
even
0
good.
and 16 is diabolical though.
Mhm.
Like that's 0 and 16. That's a really bad game.
It's
Mhm.
like 0 and 16. Yeah, it was.
I've had an
very
0 and
bad.
11 game. I had an 0 and 11 game, and that was terrible. That felt terrible.
14, 3, and 8. Jesus. Alright, I should probably restart TikTok. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and restart TikTok now. Why is it that I have to restart it every 2 hours? Like, there's just like a cutoff point.
Your stream?
Yeah. For TikTok specifically.
It shouldn't be.
Every person that I've talked to that streams on TikTok after roughly an hour and a half, but they leave it for they just cut it off at 2 hours. They restarted because that's the only other way they get traction.
Oh god, my
yeah.
solo is a random.
One
I don't really
No
have
invading
that.
blue.
Well,
So we're gonna have one
there's a
magical.
TP.
There is a TP.
There's a TP, and I'm a Guan Yu support. I kind of need a blue.
That's insane. Nah, sorry. That's okay. We're not doing that.
No, hold on.
That's
hold
doing
on.
too much.
I kind of want a TP. I kind of want a blue buff early game. I don't care about the kills. I just want the buff.
Well, we'll get a kill. That's like 9 times out of 10 they poor position themselves. All right, cool. We got a cab. Huh? Mirror match.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's definitely. It's Ganesh solo, Baron
No.
mid, or support.
I'm going to say it's actually going to be Thanos solo with Aspect.
No, it is Ganesh solo.
Are you sure?
Ganesh solo is way better than Thanos solo.
No, I'm going to
Thanos in
say...
the jungle is better.
Mm,
He's better than Ganesh. Still is. Actual jungler is way better.
you got to
than
remember, this is casual, though.
Correct. So that's what I'm like. I still say the Thanos.
Survey says... Oh, yeah. Both going Aspect.
That doesn't make much sense.
What?
Thanos.
There's no reason not to go.
Playing in the jungle, we definitely should just go normal.
Oh, wait, I'm support, right? Hold on. I built Warriors X, and I'm just like, oh, wait, no, hold on, that's wrong.
That is wrong. Very incorrect.
I am getting Sunder, and I am preparing to gank.
Alright.
I'll attack left lane.
Okay.
I'm on the cab now.
I mean...
Hold up, hold the fucking phone. Cab got Aegis. Is that literally just for Thana?
Probably.
Cringe.
I mean, who else would it be for?
Cringe. Yeah, so blue, I'm gonna hopefully secure this buff and then TP over to red side.
Oh, hopefully you will.
I believe in you.
Ooh.
Minions have
I'm not gonna interrupt that. I'm not gonna interrupt Angelo making friends.
But we could.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of.
Oh, looks like he's starting lane.
That's fine. So, and I guess the jungle's on the speed or some shit.
Possibly.
I'm not going to then. No point.
Thank you. I'm heading up left to TP. Blue, I'm on my way.
We are going to...
Yeah,
push
that's
into
fine.
the gold cave? One's in the inside. It was in the grass.
Anytime.
Problematic. Like 1 second.
Good shit.
Torpedoes.
God damn, I'm taking forever. Ugh, I'm level 1 still.
You not with the heals, bro?
Oh my god, I need you to get the last minion. I was level 1 that whole time.
Enemy missing middle.
They're coming. They're coming up there. And it might be here. I need to get 2 real quick. Okay.
Yeah, just leave that for Cupid. I don't need it.
Yep.
No. My bones. Very squishy. I have Sunder in 3. Ah, shell.
That's fine. Shell. Dana can see me!
Run! I'll try and...
God damn it.
yeah, run right into him when he's scythe
I
us up.
try to come closer to you, because again...
Yeah, blue, speed buff if you want. Then to spam weapon.
Yeah, he's just fucking useless. That's why. Behind you, too.
Copy.
Burst damage is fucking bananas.
Why? Jesus. Yeah, because it's Baron aspect, full damage. No defense.
So they have no tanks.
Oh, did Ganesh? Oh, Ganesh is doing it too.
I mean, yeah, these aspects, he better, like...
Well, no,
go
you can...
aspect and go...
You can go solo Ganesh. With aspect.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, he did. But you don't build
Yeah,
tank.
you
go
can
Ganesh.
build tank. You can just use your 2 for clear. And then if you really want your silence back, you can just get Ansile, and it's the exact same thing. Actually, it's better, because you can hit multiple targets by spinning.
What is Baron's aspect?
Removes the additional effects for debuffing enemies and allies, and buffing allies, but every Hysteria over 75, I think is the max, gives you tick damage on the enemy. So I think his 1, if you apply both hits, does 35 total Hysteria. So it's 35 times whatever the damage calculation of Hysteria is. I don't remember what the base numbers are. But I know it's 1% scaling.
I need my fucking ult.
No, not need? No love in my life.
She's too slow. Go Sunder.
3, 4 magic, actually.
Red's
Alright.
coming up? What time's the red?
I'm checking on purple. Red's about up. 5.
Attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Okay, that's weird.
What?
An enemy has been slain.
Guess you killed the minion before I killed the minion. Let's kill her.
Who's gonna ult?
Slain an enemy.
Not if I can help it.
Not bad.
I thought she would ult.
Yeah, she should have. Incoming, incoming.
Oh god. Yep.
I got you.
Oh,
I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, got you. Right out. I got nothing. Oh, Thana just... Hold up, Thana just left.
Hold out?
He ulted out.
I don't know why. You're half health, I'm
I would 100% win more. You gotta
yeah.
fall, bro.
Alright. I got money. I'm backing.
Yeah, I'm leaving. He didn't want to ball.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm thoroughly disappointed. I had my beads ready.
Maybe that's why he was like, nah.
Well, yeah, and then you beat the Baron.
Because I thought it could make a combo breaker, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would have done it. Oh, CC. My best luck.
Ultimate ready. Here to party. That was a good straight line ability. I give you protections.
Ulted me on your tower. Ah, fast enough.
Baron. Oh wait, no, this is the tower. That was the tower portal. No, I thought it was further up in the jungle.
They're all mid.
Yep, I'm there with him. Then I backed. What if I just...
Is she alt in mid or no?
Yes.
Or Bari? I don't know. Because I saw Hecate. I sure about Bari. Doesn't look like
She also now.
got her.
Never hurt
Yeah.
anyone. Much?
She's back in the tower. Oh, you're not gonna make it in time.
Damn. Oh fuck! I would have. Damn it!
Enemy missing.
All right, I stole it.
Like if you had gone straight to it, yeah.
No, I just like I thought you meant like back of the tower line, not like right behind the tower. So I looked the wrong way, and I looked the correct way, and I was like, oh fuck! Could have thrown my two.
Good game.
And she
Bye.
That's what I meant to say. Bye.
She's coming mid.
I'm I'm just a corpse. They see you.
Fine. Her red's up. My red's up, I should say.
Ultimate ready out of mana. Wave. Thank you. Good enough. I'm coming.
I'm out.
Not even close. Oh, Phantom's coming. Get out.
Your right tower is under attack.
As soon as she was dead, I backed. Like I was like, I'm not staying here. I have no health.
First item Crusher is a bold strategy.
Your right tower is under attack.
Level 9. Oh, that rotation she got.
Now, realistically, I should go Oni's next item. However, I'm going to go Prophetic, and I'm just going to bully the fuck out of this Thana. I'm going high, and I'm going to gank right.
I'll go mid.
Did you just...
What? Did I what?
I saw that.
Yeah, I picked up the buff. It had like a second left on it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
No, I thought you just went out of your way to grab that.
No, there
just...
was literally like a second left on it. I went to check it. I was like, oh,
Thana ults.
I'm staying with.
I got him.
Ranked. Ultimate ready. Ranked.
Push mid, yeah. Fuck.
I'm out.
Alright, she just keeps getting hit by the two. I've the only taking tower constantly.
Gold question mark, or are we too late for that?
Damn, I got my beads.
I got you. We're healers.
I dashed you. I dashed.
Alright, both of you, come here. Oh my god. Literally babysitting.
Brother, it doesn't matter. I'm out.
I know, I was gonna
Nobody.
keep getting you heals, get your ult up faster.
Like I said, I'm out.
The Pyromancer.
Yeah, I'm back.
Free mid wave.
Team has
Free
destroyed
mid
a
tower.
middle enemy tower.
We could have got gold maybe, but Angela didn't move, which is fine. I got mid. We can get gold next.
I think just the three of us could have gotten it.
Enemy missing left.
Keeping mid. Missing mid.
Careful, Barry's coming
Oh,
straight
she's
for you,
coming.
look like.
Yeah, she came right to me.
I'm going right.
This is waiting at the grass.
Yeah, she was.
Thana's over here. Hekate's over there.
You saw that shit? She like went right to the joint. Like, what kind of bullshit? I hate the little grass.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm looking for right lane again.
Yep. I got her purple again. Oh, never mind.
Stay.
49.
I'm just gonna... Oh.
There it is. Oh my... Bro, that was only 8 to 4? What?
That wasn't a big deal.
They hate how coordinated we
Oh,
are.
Ganesh never came back. After I ganked him.
Oh.
Brother was level 5. That's why, I guess. I didn't notice that. Ganesh never came back. Kabrakan was like, he's missing. I thought he was like rotating or something. He never came back. He was level 5 and never came back. That's okay.
It's a rough game.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Yeah, the Thana, I don't know, not going in when you kind of were both low. He could have got 2 kills, but
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't trust himself. I'll be back later. So.
My ad blocker just comes up with a notification saying a Twitch ad blocker update is coming, specifically because Twitch has found a workaround for our ads.
Party has been disbanded. What?
Yeah. I'm gonna end stream there. I may come back later, but my head's killing me for now.
Yeah, I'll be back later. Thank you guys for the games.
Yep.
Thanks for games.
Have a good night.